Russian attack on Ukraine's capital today, but he's also not surprised. The BBC's Katie Watson is in Kyiv.
More than 20 attacks here in Kyiv. President Zelensky has condemned these attacks, saying that Russia prefers ballistics to coming to the negotiating table.
It was the worst attack since Trump's Alaska meeting with Vladimir Putin. On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A clinical trial may have cured a dog with terminal cancer. CBS's Michael Wallace has the story.
Come on, sweetheart.
2 years ago, Lola, the golden retriever's owners, were told she had 2 months to live after her cancer had spread to her lungs. As a last chance, Lola was enrolled in a clinical trial of a new inhaled immunotherapy at UC Davis. At first, she failed out, but Dr. Robert Rabune says a month later, Lola was cancer-free.
What we're trying to figure out is what makes Lola different, what makes her part of that 10% that responded.
The answer could help save humans with cancer. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
At least 95 people in more than a dozen states have gotten sick in a salmonella outbreak linked to recalled eggs. Country Eggs of Lucerne Valley, California, has recalled large brown cage-free sunshine yolks and omega-3 golden eggs. Production's been suspended. There have been at least 18 hospitalizations. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely report. If you're setting up a phone for a young child, be aware that both iOS and Android have lots of built-in tools to limit what the child can do with that device. Connect Safely Education Director Carrie Gallagher has thoughts on what types of things parents might let their kids do or not do.
They don't need all of the features at once right away. They don't need necessarily the ability to write email, the ability to get on social media, the ability to watch YouTube, the ability to do research. They might need the ability to text you and text their friends. They might need the ability to learn how to set alarms or set a to-do list for themselves.
More, including steps on how you can set parental controls, and the full Doing Tech Right podcast with Carrie at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
When you owe more than your vehicle is worth. This is Jeff Gilbert with the Car Chronicles. Edmunds.com Director of Insights Ivan Drury says about a quarter of loans are, as they say, underwater. Part of it is because people were paying full freight for vehicles during the chip shortage.
A lot of these loans are centered around 2, 3, 4-year-old vehicles. What happened then? Higher MSRPs, people fighting over cars.
Then there are high interest rates, meaning little principal is paid off in the first few years of a loan.
You couple that together with the heavy prevalence of 6- and 7-year loans. That's actually the majority of loans out there today are 6 and 7s.
Drury says this is leading to a lot of people keeping their vehicles longer, or in some cases doing some very difficult math when they buy something new. They might actually have to purchase something more expensive so they can fold all of that debt into a new loan. With the Car Chronicles, I'm Jeff Gilbert, CBS News.
You got what it takes. Run for Wishes event is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Half a day, everybody, and welcome to the Brightside here on Wave 105.1 FM. We have Mr. Dave Duenas, our guest host for this afternoon from 2 to 4 p.m., joined by special guests. We have Mr. Daniel here and today. So very excited. We'll talk more about that. But first, of course, we want to thank some amazing people for bringing you the show. Shout outs to our friends at Micropack. Don't forget to check out Micropack today. They're taking care of you, especially when it comes to back to school. They want to take care of you and the kids. So be sure you check them out. Again, back to school savings is at Micropack. You can get a new laptop or desktop and you get a flash drive for free. Just mention the radio code 25 back to school and it's all yours. But hurry, it's only while supplies last. We also want to thank our friends at Sentinel Security. A big shout outs to them. You can check them out. Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam's premier provider of professional security services, delivering operational excellence in protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to thank our friends over there at Chili's. Be sure to check out our friends at Chili's today. More life, great food, and great value happen there. Shout out to our friends at Sherwin-Williams, also bringing the show. If you are trying to get the paint that will last a long time, even through this weather, it will weather on through. Be sure to check out Sherwin-Williams paint as the rain is coming fast. If you're ready to defend your home? Perfect. Sherwin-Williams has got that locks in. It's engineered for dry to wet season, and you know how that goes on Guam. It's built tough, made to last, protect what matters today, and ask Sherwin-Williams. We also want to thank our friends over there at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Don't forget to check them out online. That's subwaypacific.com, where you can order there, and then you can pick it up at your own convenience. Once again, a big shout outs to our friends over there at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome here to the Brightside.
Taseo, giganteo, be my cradle, be my womb. Taseo, my misnapo. The stillness of the moon. By the light, it's sky horns to a place I never knew. Baby, so get home to a light that leads me back to you. I did
And half a day. Are we on live? Live radio. How about that? Okay. Oh, maybe I just got to turn up the volume on my headset. Half a day. Welcome to the show. I'm Dave Duenas, sitting in for Mr. Paulie Suba, who's out there enjoying a father and son. I think they're having lunch or something like that. And hope you're enjoying yourself out there, Mr. Paulie Suba, and your wonderful dad, good dear friend of mine, Mr. Paul Suba Sr., former chief of police. And you did hear it correctly. I do have a special guest in the studio, none other than one of my favorite recording artists, the guy I call just has the most unique voice I've ever heard. I'm talking about Daniel De Leon Guerrero. How a day, Daniel?
Half a day.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just don't be shy. Speak up on the microphone.
Oh, I can hear. I can hear you clear. I can hear myself clearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Just, pushing it along, living life the best we can.
That's what I call it. Live life to the fullest, right?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I thought I'd start the first hour of the show. I'll be doing the show for 2 hours and probably be coming back in. But I want to just keep it a little lighter, with all the stuff going on in Guam, you got everything that...
A lot of changes going on.
Well, I just get tired talking about the budget. I get tired of talking about drug problems, the crime, and, of course, the forever topic, GMH.
Yep.
I said, let's change things up. So
just go positive.
Yeah, so I said, how more positive can you get but to have one of Guam's renowned, famous, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
You're awesome, man.
It's an honor, man.
No, it's an honor having you here. And I want the people to know a little bit more about Daniel De Leon Guerrero. Number one, I thought you were originally from Saipan, but you're not.
No.
You're from Guam.
Guam, yes.
Fantastic. Again, we were talking off the air. Daniel Leon Guerrero, again, is my guest in the studio. I wanted to know a little bit more about Daniel. When did you start playing music? And, give us a little history about that.
Well, the beginning wasn't that easy. After my dad found out I was left-handed.
Okay.
It was so hard. He would always, it's a waste of time for him. Because back then, growing up, my dad's got a little Japanese in him, and they have this belief that left-handed people are the devil's hand. So my brothers were learning how to play, and I found it hard playing with my right hand when I'm left-handed. So while Dad was getting mad at me not being right-handed and learning how to play right-handed, my brother would sneak around, my oldest brother Ben, and maybe like when the old man's gone to work or on Saturdays the old man's busy, he would take me into the room and, don't tell Dad I taught you this, don't. But he taught me how to play.
So can you play right and left?
No, I outgrew, because there was an uncle of mine, and I didn't see no problem. He played the guitar left-handed, but his keys he played the keys upside down, with his hands on top of the bars.
Mm-hmm.
While left-handed, they play the strings from bottom up. He played just the regular right-hand guitar with upside-down notes with his name was Uncle Naro. Saralu, yeah, and Antinite, and he played live on stage, playing his guitar with his hand. The keys are above, not under. So that's when I said, well, there was nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, well, again, off the air, and if you're just tuning in again, you're listening to the very, very popular, famous entertainer here in Guam, Daniel De Leon Guerrero, brother of, and everyone knows, Casey.
Brother Casey De Leon Guerrero.
Yes, sir.
Brother of Ben De Leon Guerrero, known as BG.
Does he play?
Oh, he's passed already.
Oh,
but he was the oldest, and then Casey, and then me, and then KG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. You come from a musical family?
All 9 of us.
Wow. All 9?
All 9.
Oh, we got 9 in my family as well.
And the thing about
our parents were busy.
Yeah. We started with from the oldest down, we started A for Antoinette, B for Ben, C for Carlitos, D for Daniel, E for Yvonne, F for Farina, G for Gerard, H for Nerda, and I for Ivan.
Wow. Cool. And, I was talking to Daniel off the air and wanted to know a little bit more about him. And to my surprise, and Daniel, you can elaborate on this, you've met some really well-known people.
Like I was saying, I met these singers through my father-in-law, bless his heart, he passed. He was a policeman for the LA County, and he always brought me to this place called Old Time Fiddlers.
Okay.
Every first Sunday and last Sunday of the month. So he got me to be, to join. And from there on, it's like every first Sunday and last Sunday of the month, I would go out there into an open field under the oak, and a lot of old folks, country folks, bluegrass. And I picked up a lot on that. And right after meeting them, I started going with them to like to big plays, like, I mean, I went from California all the way down to Branson, Missouri, met a lot of stars there. And then from Branson, Missouri, they said, son, you need to go to Nashville. You need to go down there. So when I got to Nashville, it wasn't easy. I had to blend in. And it took a while of showing them that I can play country, Western, and even sing my language. And they loved it. I said, they'll clap.
What do you say?
Okay. And I'll say, how can you guys, you don't even understand what it's, no, son, it's all about the melody. It's beautiful. So they start recording some of songs like that I sang back then in the 80s, Daniel Lino, Johnny Sublon. I was singing their songs in Nashville, and they loved it, and they told me, there's a country twang in the way you guys.
Definitely.
I guess.
Yes,
because during World War II, I'm pretty sure the soldiers brought on Western music, country music, cowboy music, and we picked up on that, and then it was really nice. I mean, I'd blend it right in, and then I started joining bands. I made like 3 bands of my own. I started a band called Danny and the Dinosaurs, and then after that I went into the Palominos, and after that I went to Nashville's Best. Yeah, and I had a good time in Nashville.
And what kind of entertainers were you able to meet?
All kinds. My favorite was bluegrass. Bluegrass, that really hit hard because when they play music, it's about love, family, and about everything about life.
And that's what you do, pretty much, right?
Yes.
Love, family.
Yeah, and when I did a study on it, it goes all the way back to being a folk singer, a folk writer. They tend to bring life out of their music, which is they sing nothing but truth, things that happen, and it does happen to others. So, and I guess music does that.
Yeah. What can you drop some names of famous entertainers you've met?
Yeah, I met Billy Ray Cyrus.
Billy Ray, Mr. Don't Break My Heart.
Don't Break My Heart, my achy breaky heart. I worked with him on an assembly line over in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. We worked for Whirlpool, where we built air conditioners, washing machine.
Before he
became big. And then I met Stewart. I think they called him, his country name was Marty Stewart. And then I met Dolly Parton. I met George Jones. I met Conway Twitty.
Wow.
Milt Tillis. I even met and she was a great fiddle player, Lizzie Borgnine's granddaughter. And she played with me, and we recorded the song.
Ernest Borgnine?
Yeah.
Oh,
her
McHale's Navy.
Yeah. No. Hacked him up 44 times.
Oh, okay.
The famous Lindsey Borgnine. Well, I got to meet the great granddaughter, and we recorded, and she played the key. She played the fiddle to my song that I recorded here in Guam called Basta Gumimin, Loving and Drinking. And it was the first time I heard a fiddle play tropical island music, and it was nice. It was beautiful. She was from up north Tennessee, somewhere in Lynchburg, Tennessee. Yeah, I met them.
Interesting. Man, you met some really famous entertainers back in the mainland. And for those of you just tuning into the station, if you're just tuning in right now, you're listening to Daniel De Leon Guerrero, one of Guam's top recording artists. I love your music. Again, you got the most unique voice I've ever heard. And you're listening to The Wave 105 FM. I'm Dave Duenas, sitting in for Paulie Suba, who's enjoying good lunchtime with his daddy. I remember he calls him daddy up to now. I said, cool. Yep. And, I'm just so honored to have you on the show, Daniel. And if you stay tuned, I would advise you stay tuned. Daniel is going to honor us with a few songs here and there, probably right after the break. In the meantime, we're just shooting the breeze. Daniel, we live in our beautiful island of Guam, and
that's why I came home.
Yeah, there's no place else I'd rather be. I was in the military for a while, and the Air Force. I'm a veteran, and I lived in Texas for a while, a few years. But every time I said, I got to go home. I got to go home. Guam is where I live. Guam is what I love. I love the people, our history, our culture. And again, you reflect that in the music that you write. And again, not only are you an accomplished vocalist, singer, you have an amazing ability to write music.
Thank you.
How many have you even counted how many songs you've written over your?
I lost count since Channel 12 KGTF. They call it the show was Guam Alamo.
Guam Alamo.
Yeah, and I was married to a German lady named Coco.
Okay.
And we started the show with Mr. Bamba, and we started doing video shots down at Ipao, Talafofo, and she would sing in Chamorro.
Wow.
And she understood Chamorro. She sings Johnny Sablon songs and everything. People remember me that, but they didn't know until they finally spoke to me. Goes, wait a minute, I've seen you on Channel 12, you know. And the only thing I regret was I never got a copy of anything. But once in a great moon, they'll show it. And I don't know who's showing it on TV, but on Channel 12, but they they go back in time and they would play.
I hope they still have it.
I'm hoping too.
I have an affiliation with KGTF Channel 12. I was a board member at one point.
I think I did speak to you about that, about trying to see if you could find it.
Yeah. You know, and
when I did your telethon.
Yes, we did a lot of pledge drive, which I'm sure they're going to start doing soon because of the big, beautiful bill. You know, PBS, public television and radio has been, their budgets have been slashed by this big, beautiful bill. And so I'm sure pledge drives are, it is. But what I'm getting at is during my time there with PBS, Guam, KGTF, I found out, unfortunately, that a lot of the old film, and these were on actual film.
Yeah, even on a reel-to-reel.
Correct. Yeah. That a lot of them were destroyed, disposed of, because they just didn't have enough room for them. And when I found out about that, I was like, wow, you know, that's a terrible shame. They tried to, at one point, digitize a lot of the film that they had remaining. I don't know, fast forward to today, I don't know if they ever accomplished that, but I'm wondering if they even have...
Yeah, it's called Dan and Coco's, featuring Guam Alamo, Island Life.
Once again, you're listening to The Wave 105. You got a question for our special guest, Daniel De Leon Guerrero. Give us a call, 922-1051, 922-1052. We'd be more than happy to take your call. And Daniel, you'll be more than happy to hopefully answer them.
Try.
Yeah, we definitely will try. And again, you're gonna honor us with you got any songs picked out, or?
I just throw out, you know.
Yeah.
I usually don't have a list or anything.
Yeah.
You know.
Matter of fact, if you ask me, you have so many in your repertoire of song that I wouldn't even know where to start. A friend in the mainland, I told him prior to coming into the studio that you're going to be on the show, and he mentioned a song, and I mentioned it to you off the air. It's called the
Balutan Queen.
The Balutan Queen.
Yeah, I had to sing that. I used to sit down and watch, you know.
Balutan Queen.
Yeah,
is it radio friendly?
Well, not too many people. You know, not too many people like it because it's almost like a teasing song.
Oh, okay.
You know, and with the food stamp problem going on right now, it's like teasing them again. But it was a true song. I mean, that's how I wrote it. I used to watch my sister-in-law, and I would, you know, take them down there. They would line up. What's even number? I was confused. What do you mean even number? No, you have to come here on an even number days or even an odd number. And then I learned about that. Then I learned about, you know, what they buy. And I would watch that, you know, like make it fast. You know, it's hot. It's a hot afternoon, you know.
You know, Balutan Queen, I think we all have one in the family. I have one in my family. Yes. My sister-in-law, she unfortunately
has. Parties.
Yeah, she has the title of Balutan Queen. Yeah. And she's fine with that. But basically what that means, for those of you that don't know, Balutan Queen is, let me put this as an example. You're having a party, and the party, basically, they just bless the table, and then that particular person, the Balutan Queen, already commences.
Got plates after plates.
Right. And, you know, we have to go up to my sister-in-law and say, hey, we just opened the table. Can you hang off on putting the plates in plates?
Their excuse.
Until everybody
What was their excuse? by the time it's my turn, all the good stuff is gone.
So you actually wrote a song about that?
Yes.
Wow.
It was just about teasing a little, just laughter. I mean, that's one thing, being in Guam and then listening to the history. We're a very peaceful culture, and we love to laugh and tease each other.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
But now times are changing. It's like you don't know who's serious no more, or who gets hard, feels bad, or...
Well, times has really changed, I remember as a young child here in Guam, going and visiting families, especially the ones that live a distance. I live in Didido, and we go visit my auntie in Agate, for example. That was a common thing. We go almost every week. Nowadays, it's far and in between. Maybe some families still do it, but it's just become a norm now that we're still close-knit family.
I got a question for you.
How about?
When you went down to Agate during your young days, up here, because I'm from Agate.
Oh, are you?
When we used to come up here, it's like, wow, check out all these shopping centers. Wow. How about you being from up here? You go down there and you see, oh man, this is really out in the sticks.
It is. My earliest recollection of the village of Agate is the Sablon store.
Yes.
Yeah, my auntie's
house. It still
stands.
stands.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it still stands.
My auntie's home is just around the block. So I was a frequent visitor to that particular store, Sablon. And that's the Sablon family, Johnny Sablon and his family's store, I believe. Correct?
Yeah, it's still a Sablon store, but it's rented out to other businesses. But I remember that store. I would go there and sell hot peppers, bread, donuts, because that's what my mom and grandma used to do.
But like I said, my earliest recollection, my cousins, of course, all from Agate, the Babalta family.
That's my family.
Yeah, is it? See? Yeah, and we go down there and they tease us, oh, you guys from Didido, oh, you're high class.
City boys.
Yeah, the city boys, Once again, if you're just tuning in, special guest in the studio, Daniel De Leon Guerrero, is going to honor us with a couple of songs, maybe even that Balutin song. You got me curious. You got me so curious, I might want to definitely.
Well, I hope I remember.
Okay. Well, I don't want to put you on the spot. Or, whatever comes to mind. In the meantime, you got any questions for my guest, Daniel De Leon Guerrero? Give us a call. We are the Wave 105 FM. And I'm Dave Duenas, sitting in for Paulie. Again, having a great time with his daddy. Hi, Daddy. If you're listening out there, he's probably not. It's probably... They're both having a good lunch, but you know Paul, right?
Paul Subat?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, my dear friend. I had the mistake of asking Paulie Suba. I said, how old is your dad? And when he told me, I said, oh, God, I shouldn't have passed that. He goes, why, Dave? I said, never mind.
You're pushing it.
Yeah. Anyway, we're at just about the bottom of the hour. We're going to take a short break. And when we come back, Daniel would figure out what he's going to bless us with a tune that he wrote, I'm pretty sure. Okay? Well, stick around. We are the Wave 105 FM.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM, and Power 98. Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, only on Wave 105 FM.
Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Half a day at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Hapade Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the Brightside on Wave 105.
Many companies are moving slow on AI. Thank goodness many employees are moving fast. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune Magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Lots of companies have invested money on AI, but in a recent survey from MIT, 95% of them say their corporate investment has so far not improved their profit at all. Zero. Fortunately for those companies, however, their employees are moving ahead on their own, and they're not telling their employers about it. They're just using their own personal accounts with ChatGPT or other AI providers, and that is almost certainly improving productivity. As employees become more familiar with personal AI tools that suit their needs, they become less tolerant of their employers' slow-moving official AI projects. It's a striking difference from new technologies of the past, which employees mostly hated. Now they're leading the way. I'm Jeff Colvin.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome. Off a day. How you doing, Daniel?
I'm doing all right.
You got a song all picked out for us?
Yeah, you said something that they can relate to.
Yeah, before you start, I'd like to thank those of you that are listening and those of you that are watching us live on YouTube. You know, we are streaming live on YouTube. Matter of fact, my brother in Texas is watching.
Oh,
he's a huge fan of yours.
Oh, thank you.
He really is. He's in Abilene, Texas. And, again, if you're just tuning in, we got Daniel De Leon Guerrero. He's going to grace us with a couple of tunes at least. And just an honor to have you in the studio, Daniel. Thank you for sharing a little bit of your history. And, if you just tuned in, this guy met people that you won't believe. Dolly Parton, who was one of them.
Yeah. I was fortunate. I really was. Being in the right place,
in the
with
right time.
people.
Yeah. And the one that, what is it, Danny and the
Dinosaurs. That was the group, my group name.
One of his groups that he formed in, where? That was in California at the time?
No, Nashville, Tennessee. I played Printer's Alley.
Oh.
We were called Danny and the Dinosaurs.
Danny and the Dinosaurs.
Yeah, downtown Nashville.
Wow. Yeah. How old were you back then?
I was like 36, 37.
Wow. Yeah, you've come a long way.
But all of the musicians that were with me, they were older than me. That's how we came out with Danny and the Dinosaurs.
Okay. Yeah. Well, folks, I think Daniel's about ready. You're going to be treated to live in the studio here on the Wave 105. One of my favorite recording artists, Daniel De Leon Guerrero. Take it away, sir.
This song, I wrote this about, things that happened on the island. And when I got back, I said, I got to write about this because it's not only on the island and it's not one person only being affected by it. But I wrote this song called Loving and Drinking. So what I do is I sing it in Chamorro first, or in English, or in Chamorro. So I'll just go ahead and start out with our main language here. Gof bonito mo na itu tontang lo ututu ni gumimin guahu hadumiroga agasusanga ni zo bai bosta bumulatu lo tojano atendi ha undingo zu put otru sailing mo bosta gumimin put favora sa guahu sa un dia sempre e no ha un pihinino lo totanau hongi totanau atendi ai atanau tumoku sa adingu zu sineni an poeni jammotu zu ginin bumulotsu anananga jugi peta tenga iya sa guahu jatuh lagonya kadalenya ay nuguahu ay put favora sa guahu hasu ifamagonmu jaon basta gumimin put favora sa guahu sa un dia sempre enoha un pihininu lo totanau hongi tojano atendi ay atanaw tumoku sa adingo zu sineni our love was perfect, girl, right from the start till I started my drinking, girl, and then broke your heart. You said that your love for me was meant to be, but I was too drunk to stone, girl, and too blind to see that loving and drinking, boy, don't go hand in hand. And that's why I left you, boy, as this heartbroken man. She said that my drinking this time sure got out of hand, and that's why my baby's in the arms of some other man. Cause at night she would wait up for me patiently, just to stumble through our front door, just as drunk as can be. And she would try to say I love you, boy, with the tears in her eyes. And I would not forget that night when she said goodbye. She said, your loving and drinking, boy, don't go hand in hand. And that's why I left you, boy, as this heartbroken man. She said she'll be back for me one day when I understand that loving and drinking these days don't go hand in hand. Logof bonito mo na itu tontang, lo ututuni gumimin wa dumiroga.
Wow. Reese, you like that?
No, that's actually that's one of my favorites. Just because I agree with Dave, where your voice is so unique, but also when you listen to the song, you can feel the hurt of both sides. Like I don't hear the woman singing or talking. Obviously it's you, but you can kind of understand. And I feel like, I hate to say it, but I feel like obviously a lot of us can kind of relate to that. If it's not a husband or wife, it's an uncle or auntie or your mom and dad. So it's really not just a song about lovers. It's kind of family too. And, and unfortunately, that's kind of a common thing, right? You always have a little bit of a relative or someone who maybe just drinks a little too much. And it causes, instead of love for the family, it's hurt. Like, why are we yelling on Christmas Day? I don't want it. But that's one of my favorites. I love it. It always makes me a little emotional. You're welcome.
It was really It was really good. I felt it as well. Felt it as well. Again, that was Daniel DeLeon Guerrero in the studio singing live, giving us all that he's got with his talent. God gifted talent. Just an amazing voice. I really do. I really, really like it.
I really don't sing sitting down.
You don't?
No.
Well, you do it very well.
Yeah, thank you. I usually stand up. I'm so used to standing up, walking around. And sitting down. I got used to the bar, the chairs and everything, but I just can't seem to sit down. And that's why I'm just trying, so.
Well, I don't know. I couldn't tell the difference. If you sound any better, I'm probably going to ask. Matter of fact, I will ask. Can I have your autograph? I like to get your autograph. Again, you're listening to the Wave 105 FM, and we're streaming live on YouTube. And I hope you're enjoying my guest. It was an honor to have him in the studio. I had the pleasure of meeting Daniel about a week and a half ago at a party.
Yes.
And I went up to him immediately and said, man, I would love to get you on the radio with me whenever that happens. And it happened today on a Friday. Really cool. And wow, we got a call. Okay. Hi, caller.
Hi, Mike. You're actually on the air. Mike wanted to call in and talk about some sports. Yeah, Mike. He said that he usually calls in with Polly. Polly. Mike, you're on the air, sir. Oh, that's my fault. Let me push his button. Sorry, Mike. One moment.
Line 1.
There we go. Line 1, half a day. You're on the wave.
Hey, Dave. How's it going?
Hi. How you doing?
I'm good to good to go. I was hoping to talk sports with Paulie, but it looks like Paulie isn't around right now, so it looks like I'm doing sports with you right now.
Oh, that's fine. He'll be coming in at 4 to 6. I'm just sitting in for him for 2 hours while he has a wonderful lunch date with his daddy. Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Anyways, I usually do sports with Patty in the mornings, but this is so unique considering the one time Paulie was subbing for Patty. He's like, why don't you give me a call one time in the afternoon? So I'm like, okay, I'll do it once in a while. Anyways, I just want to say, man, college football is running and going right now, and in top 25 play, Boise State got upset by one of the Florida teams today. So,
okay. Do tell.
Yeah.
What are the teams?
Go ahead, Dave.
What are the teams? Do tell.
Boise State's in the top 25 of they're ranked number 25 in the nation right now, and they just got upset today.
Who,
back
Nate?
there?
I'm still wondering who.
Go ahead.
Oh, he was asking who he didn't get to hear. What team you were talking about?
Oh, Boise State Broncos out of Idaho. They're usually ranked in the season, and this year, right now, in this first weekend of the new college football season, they're in the top 25, and they got beat today by one of the Florida teams. At the same time, if you're a Hawaii fan, this past weekend, the Bros took out Stanford, clipped their wings, and notched up a win.
Okay, that sounds
the
good.
Islanders.
Yeah, so I know Patty's got to be happy about that one. Anyways, at the same time, Little League World Series just got out of the way this past weekend with Chinese Taipei taking down one of the team from Nevada. At the same time, U.S. Open tennis is going on right now. So, yeah, before they complete play next weekend, and NFL starts next Friday our time. What can I say? Have a great weekend. And for you local buffs, there is some softball being played down in Paseo, from what I heard. And don't forget, I think there is some high school football going on this weekend. Other than that, everyone have a great weekend, and happy Labor Day to everyone.
Thank you so much.
And, not a problem.
And thank you for and by all means, you're more than welcome to give Paulie a call when he comes back. He's going to be here about 4:00 or so. And you have a great weekend.
I shall.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Yes, there you go. Sports.
That's
Why not?
cool. I mean, can I be honest? I
Sure.
rarely hear people talk about sports unless it's Polly or sometimes Patty.
Very,
but
very
before,
true.
I remember that in radio, it used to be very common. There was a lot of sports segments, sport bits.
No, absolutely.
But it's cool.
We
Thank
got
you.
to mix it up. We got to mix it up.
We
We
do.
talk about, and that's why, Reese, today, knowing that I was doing 2 hours of the bright side, I wanted to keep it bright, and we're doing that, exactly that, with Mr. Daniel De Leon Guerrero. That song you just sang was just, I still can't get over it. It was really awesome for a guy that you don't usually
I never
sing.
thought it would hit, but when it got out on the CD,
and
it's been translated too in Chuckies.
Wow.
Whoa, no way.
Yeah, they love that song too.
That is an accomplishment. You're already accomplished, sir, but
Oh, absolutely.
have your music translated in other languages because people love the song so much, that is just a true testament to what the song is about. I mean, it goes to show that we're all suffering sometimes from the same things.
Even during Tomorrow Week, the schools and everything, I would go in there, walking in with the guitar, and hey, you're gonna play Busta Gummi, you're gonna, and then I hear them with their uke, and they'll call me and hey, what was that key that I couldn't seem to get it, so I have to show them and everything. Yeah, mostly high schools. I mean, I didn't intend it for the high school, but all the kids love the song.
Now again, you have literally hundreds of songs, but now that you mention that song, I do recall that one. I wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to recite the exact lyrics at all, but I'm sure. Would you honor us and play that? Would you be able to play that?
Which one?
Busta McGibbon.
That's the one I just played.
Was it? Oh, there you go. I'm showing my true Puasunis.
No, I think the English version threw you off.
Can you play us I want to hear, man, I actually really want to hear the Chukies version.
I wish. I've been trying to get like my Chukies friends to find it.
Yeah.
And they said they only played in Chuk Islands, over the radio too. So
that's crazy. We have to find out what's up with the Chuk radio. I want that song
But
too.
then I heard it on some Chukies guys. It was, hey, that song. And then they'll sing it with their uke. And wow. I only heard it once on radio, but it was Chukies. It was in Chukies. And then I met kids now, like JFK or what do you call it, Southern High. And they were into it. So.
Again, if you're just tuning in, people tune in, tune out, tune out. Got a special guest, Daniel Leon Guerrero, and he's going to sing us, bless us with another song in just a few seconds or so. In the meantime, I want to thank you for tuning in to the Wave 105 FM. I'm Dave Duenas, sitting in for Paulie Suba. Again, having a wonderful lunchtime with his daddy, Mr. Paul Suba Sr., the man. All right, Daniel, take it away, sir.
I like to do one for one of the legends, too, that you mentioned earlier downstairs. It's always been my favorite. And it's going out to Mr. My cousin Johnny Sablon. Hope you're doing good today.
Absolutely.
Papasombran mapakahis itu mampiunanuhung tu feman gwinai jaku ganai hogune niu gwifi ai tistigu na putiun itu mata kilangin don't fancy malapulan ko iti gwinifihuti magahin hat magi gifiono antis de un despedito adios sa imatamong matan may ku loiku rason mo sa videos dan ginesta juti jamu pikaju para pidosu Johnson gijogi alung kopi para pinigan janopun Johnson gijogi alung kopi para pinigan janopun para pinigan janopun.
Yeah.
I grew up listening to that.
Awesome. I just love it.
I was just a little boy.
I just love it. You know, I'm lost for words, actually.
That brought memories to you.
It really did. We do have a caller. You willing to take a call here? Okay. We're going to say half a day to Pete. How you doing, Pete?
Half a day, everybody. Viva Chamorro.
Buenas, bilingenas. I think I know who this is.
Mas mangit dangin maleti.
It's one of my best friends.
Lo dabe besanes ti Mr. Dan manita giaga hombre.
Yes.
Gimagay pineri na masasangan agad rules lo Jordan rules maadawa ginin agad. Lo gimagay sige ipuntok ko na umaga ngo.
Yes.
Sa 21 tungo ati. Na hago na kantot na.
Yeah.
Edi mo na daw ikanta mo siya sa unuusa idinansi na finut sa moro. Para pa di tapuni megay gi pumalo. Wana biya na ti comprendido ni kanta niya sa kalan pineni na mahasog gi finu English pues masagi humans law mapulag wato gi finut sa moro lo ti magof dansi.
Alo tasungo na sa mamani edza ka loki sa Titodo alok kino tumumo.
Nai lo edige konsigi hapa bidada mo konsigi manugi sa hago no undadan si da hago no ihemplo para ipumalo.
Thank you, Tilo. Thank you very much.
Okay, ano pa ba sangan da Bibat Samoro?
Esta.
Thank you, Pete.
If
Peter.
you want me to translate that, he was saying
Sure.
he really honors me and believes in my music because nowadays music, the language is like changing. There's some of the songs that are out there don't make sense. And then I answered him telling him that, hey, we gotta have patience. It wasn't easy learning. Easy either. I mean, I had to learn how to say the right words, look it up. Before I even put it out. I do have faith in because there's a lot of talents here in Guam.
Absolutely.
A lot of them.
Super.
And when I watch them, I don't look at the negative part. I just try my best to, if I could talk to them or win them over, maybe I can correct some things. Because I remember I used to go into the studio and I would be asked to edit, to listen to their songs, and then I would have to correct, and then they would sing it. Yeah.
We're creeping up to the top of the hour.
Sure.
We'll take a news break back then. I mean, when that occurs. And with that said, I'm going to get up and be bold and ask you, can you honor us with one more song? Take us up to the top of the hour with anything you want. Anything you want, I'm sure I'm going to love it. Daniel, Toledo and Guerrero, take it away, sir.
So it's dedicated to the island of Guam, Rototinian Saipan.
Viva!
Oh, Islanders, Viva! Madonnas. Marianas Kof maholang du Nuham du Marianas Adjuhit naman mafanyogu Ayop mamesta udingos di tano taputano ay san lagu
Zaanay stoba zugwitoti tano wa Guam paguhasu tano umariona sanay man kay gini man sa moru Mariona sa zuhid naman dohong kulum Yun palos dun ay unrico na tumotogi kumamamin Los enfrescos dan ginpuengi sa man kay kiday kantun tosin man kay Marionas anay man kay gini familia Marionas ikmos got bunatanotam Luta tinian sa ipan patkwam kutsa mono ay hitwatung I thought that differentiata sa man parewait na sa morung man toto Marionas anay man gaigit ni man sa morung Marionas iislata paraiso ay guagwini problema ta sucese di gita nota ay lo debiana ta pandanya sahita sinyas ditumulay ka Probleman Marionas anay man gaigit ni man sa morung Marionas estit mo ginaman dohong kulu
Well, thank you, Daniel. Viva Marianas.
Viva Marianas.
Viva. You know, again, I'm just blown away you being here. You know, like I'm in front of a superstar.
Not yet.
Wait, because you're not getting out here without signing an autograph. But you know, Daniel Leon Guerrero, again, just an amazing voice. I've heard you sing in many different venues, parties, clubs, what have you, and it never seeks to amaze me with the uniqueness of your voice.
I want to thank my fans out there too.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
a lot of them out there. You know,
Yeah.
I like to use this time to say,
Thank you for recognizing your fans, and they are many. You know, you mentioned briefly prior to that song, Guam has just a tremendous pool of talent.
Many.
You know, back when I was a young man here in Guam, there was just a handful of entertainers. Johnny Sablon, for sure, being one of them. The Choppers brothers. Who else?
Harris.
Harris?
The Kenga brothers.
Okay.
The Saraloos. Kaipats. And they're all from, Mariana Islands.
Yeah, the one that rings a bell. I had the opportunity to speak to him once. Candy
Taiman, bless his heart. He's resting in peace.
Correct.
He's he's one of the godfathers, I think, because he sings in different languages and everything. That always, I find that very amusing.
Very
satisfying.
talented. But just with that said, we do have a tremendous amount of talent here in Guam, and I can't even begin to imagine all the different entertainers we have now. They're out there. They're really out there, and they're really good. You know who I had the opportunity to meet him during PBS KGTF Pledge Drive, and
I was there.
I forgot the name of the actual band. It's the Fireman song.
Yeah, the Cruz Family Band.
There you go.
Yes.
He was just a young boy at the time, and he's probably
first before he recorded that, I was at a wedding playing up in Jigo, and I think it was the mom or the dad, I think, asked me, can he play? And I said, can he sing? Yeah. Oh, yeah, he can sing. So, sure. I gave him my guitar, and from there on, he just went skyrocket.
No, he was.
I grew up with the parents. I grew up, they were a family band too, back in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
The Cruz family band, and we were called the Young Serenaders.
The Young Serenaders. Yeah, during my time with doing a lot of PBS stuff, KDTF, I had the opportunity to meet the Cruz family, and they performed live at the Pledge Drive. And another one that I met, which became fairly popular in the mainland as well. What's her name? The girl. My goodness, I just had it.
Rose?
No. She's
Anna D?
No, she's good friends with the Kardashians and what? Jeez, I just had it. It's called a senior moment, folks.
Antoinette.
No. She was.
Are you talking about Pia Mia?
Pia Mia. Thank you, Reese.
I was like, Kardashians. I was like, I only know one person from Guam that know the Kardashians.
I met her.
Pia Mia.
I met her when she was like 12 or 13 doing a pledge drive.
Yeah, when I heard of her, I thought she owned those condos up there in Bergata.
Yeah.
Pia Marie?
Yeah.
I knew she was going somewhere, even back then. She was only, like I said, about 12 or so. And I remember I introduced her live on television, and when she was done, I interviewed her briefly, and I said, "Do you have a manager?" She goes, "No." I said, "Man, I want to be your manager." Anyway, we just had an awesome time with you here. Again, wanted purposely to lighten the atmosphere on the radio, talk radio, that is. And, it just, that's what we do on talk radio. We talk about what's happening on our island. And unfortunately, a lot of it is negative,
Yeah, we need to.
A lot of it is somewhat, not really, just kind of boring sometimes. But I wanted to lighten the atmosphere here on the radio and get you in and give us a little bit about your history, which you did, and I thank you. And we learned a lot more. I've learned a lot more about Daniel De Leon Guerrero. And it was a pleasure having you. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
And the 3 songs, we were honored. I loved it. And he did it while he was sitting down. He did it while he was sitting down. Again, we are the Wave 105 FM, streaming live on YouTube. What else? What's all the other stuff? Streaming live on YouTube.
And that's it. We're just streaming live on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got Instagram, Facebook,
There
Wave
you go.
105.1 FM. We do post on there as well, so you can see the link if you want to get easier access. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, that's about it. We are KGUM Digital. I almost said the other.
That's new.
Digital Guam. Stick around. We'll be back.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. Investigators are looking for the motive in the Minneapolis school shooting that left 2 children dead, and public figures are debating the issue of gun violence. But for student and survivor Astoria Safe, it comes down to her saying she's not sure she can go back to Annunciation Catholic School.
It was the most traumatizing thing that's ever happened to me. I don't know. It's going to be really hard to recover from that.
CBS's Lana Zach reports from Minneapolis. Investigators say the shooter's writings and video show an obsession with mass shooters and anti-Semitic and racist language.
They're trying to ascertain what exactly happened with this person because there was no criminal record. This person had maybe a speeding ticket. That's the extent of their criminal background as far as how well they were known to authorities, but in their writings, clearly deeply troubled.
Florida's Alligator Alcatraz Immigration Detention Facility in the environmentally sensitive wetlands of the Everglades is being emptied out of detainees. CBS's Camila Montejo Galvez reports a judge ordered it shut down.
A judge in Florida who found that the facility was endangering the local environment and the local wildlife, and that it was circumventing federal laws that actually require officials to undertake environmental reviews before any major construction project like this one.
The UN Security Council scheduled an emergency meeting for Friday afternoon after Russia's massive attack against Ukraine's capital Kyiv yesterday. It killed 21 people and damaged European Union diplomatic offices. More on the fallout from CBS News correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb.
In a statement, the Kremlin denied attacking civilian infrastructure, while the U.S. Special Envoy on Ukraine said the continued violence undermined President Trump's peace efforts which look increasingly in doubt as the war grinds on.
WWL's Chris Miller looks back at the rebuilding of New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina 20 years ago this week.
When Hurricane Katrina hit, New Orleans had a levee system built in response to 1965's Hurricane Betsy, parts of which were still under construction.
When you look at the pre-Katrina system, it was authorized in 1975. We were still working on it in 2005.
Ricky Boyette with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says after Katrina, Congress funded the project up front, and the Corps was able to complete the system much faster.
We started design in 2007. We were able to defend against the 100-year level of storm by 2011.
Chris Miller for CBS News, New Orleans.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
As of this hour, President Trump's trade tariffs will affect a wider number of goods coming into the U.S.
The so-called de minimis exemption is being lifted, which means items valued at $800 or less will no longer be free from duties, taxes, and fees. A senior administration official called the move a vital step for national security and public safety, saying the exemption has been used to import fentanyl, counterfeit goods, and unsafe products. The official says lifting the exemption will generate significant revenue for the United States, while analysts say it will drive up prices, especially for consumers who shop online for small-ticket goods. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The Treasury Department is asking U.S. financial institutions to monitor for suspected Chinese money laundering networks handling funds used in sending fentanyl into American communities. Banks are being asked to flag certain customers who may fit a profile of people who could launder money for the cartels. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Workouts you can follow. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Most workout apps assume you're a gym rat, but maybe you're not a feel-the-burn, reps till you drop fitness fanatic. Maybe you're just a regular old person who wants to feel better and exercise better. In that case, Fit4 might be perfect. It's a personalized workout and nutrition app for you. That's the actual you, not some generic idealized person. Tell it your current fitness level and food habits, then set your fitness goals. Fit4 will then create a custom workout and nutrition plan, ready to get you moving and keep you motivated. If you're a beginner, it's a great way to get started. And if you've already been working out for years, it can be a new workout groove. It's ready to adapt for you. That's Fit4 at FITFOR.app. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
The youngest job seekers are the ones most likely to ask AI for advice, and they're glad they did. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. It shouldn't be a surprise. Today's young adults are finding new ways to use AI every day, so of course they're asking it for advice on where to work. And after they do, hardly any of them regret it. For young adults, getting a job without AI is unthinkable. They use it to identify high-demand, high-paying jobs, and then use it to write resumes and cover letters. Then they use it to prepare for interviews, and if they get an offer in another town, they ask AI whether they should relocate. A year into the job, they ask AI how to negotiate a raise. But for today's young workers, there is actually one source of job-related advice they use even more than AI. It's their parents. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Research in bio-inspired design has the potential to yield transformative solutions in infrastructure, manufacturing, food production, human health, and more. We'll explore how American scientists and engineers are looking to nature as they tackle complex challenges in the U.S. National Science Foundation's Discovery Files.
The use of bio-inspired architectures is very important because nature has plenty of ideas on how to actually solve engineering problems. We use the same principles that we are learning from nature. And just what we know so far, we are going to learn more as we proceed.
Pablo Zavatieri is a professor of civil engineering at Purdue University and part of a collaboration.
Hello, hello. Oh, I hear it. Okay, I hear it. It's on this blue. I hear me talking. Okay. Which is good because that's what we need. Okay. So I can hear it. Can you talk from that one? It's very low on your side, if that makes sense.
Well, it would have to be on the mic there.
One more time? No, I'm sorry. But one more time, what did you say?
Oh, it would have to be on the mic.
Person talking.
Right now, everything is on headset.
Right.
So right now, the mic here is considered the microphone on the headset.
I understand. So, get on this mic. Ask him to borrow. Oh no, get the second mic here on the chair. Yeah. And then I'm gonna put it on 2 and try to reply. I'm gonna turn it on. Oh shoot, hold on. And then go ahead and try to talk back.
Hello, testing.
Oh my god, I can hear you. Well,
we can hear you what's on.
I think that would make sense either because it's I can still hear the mic, but I know where we need to test. Hold on.
Because the other party should.
It's gonna be it has to be through. I just realized I have to really hear it on my phone, not my headphones.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
The phone. Yeah, it's only picking up the phone. Yeah, like it's not picking up on the mic. So the mic, you talking to the mic, I can't hear. Through the phone. Yeah. So I guess now we just figure out. You think for the mic? So it's on function.
Oh yeah, you told me.
Yeah, I didn't write the song. They just used my voice.
Oh.
Because they.
She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say half a mile ago, more por favor. And I'd say sad dispenser to Gaigi color.
Up a day, welcome back. Welcome back. And guess who's still here? Daniel is still in the house. And if you're just tuning in, Daniel De Leon Guerrero, the most awesome vocalist, you know, the most unique voice I've ever heard, you know, and to this day. And I thank you once again for coming in and blessing us with a couple songs. 3 songs, actually. I kind of dragged one out of him at the end. But welcome to the show, The Bright Side. I'm Dave Duenas, sitting in for Paulie Suba, who had a wonderful lunch, I'm sure, with his daddy. I say that perfectly because I heard him yesterday. I call him Daddy. Okay, all right. Anyway, Daniel, yeah, I just had so much fun with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, speaking to the mic, please.
I said thank you.
Oh, there
Sorry
you go.
Sorry about that. I had to move my chair back.
There you go. Yeah, 922-1051. 922-1052 is the number to call. Now, you still got an opportunity while Daniel was still in the house to give us a call. You got any questions for him? He'll be more than happy to entertain any of your questions you may have for him. I found out, again, if you didn't know, he met Dolly Parton. He really did. He met Mr. Achy Breaky Heart himself. Matter of fact, he worked with him. Where was that? At
Whirlpool?
A Whirlpool?
Yeah.
Wow.
Refresh Bureau of Tennessee. Making
What a
air
story.
conditioners and washing machines.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, did he have his long mohawk hair or whatever?
No, he always had his, what do you call it? What do you call that?
I don't know.
Mullet.
Mullet.
Yeah.
There you go. Mohawk. I knew it began with.
Close enough.
It began with an M.
But a lot of people don't understand. If you look at them, they're so tall on television or in pictures. But Dolly Parton is shorter than I am.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Clint Black shorter than I am. They're all in there.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, they're probably wearing.
High heels and all stuff.
Yeah. You
but
know.
them booms, yep, those are real.
You know, I was 5'6", almost 5'7" for about 3 or 4 years.
I was 4'2" in the 9th grade.
You know how I accomplished that?
Yeah.
That was during the disco days.
Yep.
And what was in fashion then? The platform.
Fusos.
Yeah. Well, we call them the
Fusos,
platform. Yeah. Back in the 60s, 70s was the Fuso. Oh, many of my cousins had the Fuso. If you guys just tuning in don't know what Fuso, that's when you would take your shoe to a shoe smith or whatever they call them.
Stairs on it.
Yeah, and they put extra
heels.
layers,
Yeah.
extra layers of what do you call it? The sole.
Yeah.
And they became 3 to 4 or 5 inch heels.
They're the thing for disco days.
Oh yeah, but on the disco days, it was platforms, and I was a guy. Funny story. Maybe I shouldn't share, but what the heck? My first wife didn't know. I didn't even know that she was actually taller than me until we got married, and we moved into our first home, and took my platform shoes off, and lo and behold, she was taller than me. I was like, oh my goodness, you're taller.
I wouldn't feel bad. When I married my German wife,
Uh-huh.
last thing the preacher said was, all right, Dan, here's your big part. Step up. So I have to get up one step on the stairs because my wife was really tall. When she was here, people would tease us Mutt and Jeff. They would give us a name, especially at Channel 12.
Uh-huh.
Hey, where's Mutt and Jeff? And I would, who's Mutt and Jeff? Oh, there they are. Because my wife was pretty tall.
Oh, that. Yeah, again, I don't know. We're just shooting the breeze here like we do. And it's just, when you go back in time, we spoke about when I was a child here in Guam, how familia was always a thing. We'd always visit my relatives in the Haggett.
Yeah.
Haggett. What? I don't know.
All my families are still there.
What do you think of all these changing of the names? I grew up with Agate. Now it's Haggett.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Juan, Jose. Now it's all Hawaiian names like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just weird. Times change. We have to accept it.
Yeah. Well,
if we don't, we're in trouble.
Well, I go by Dave nowadays.
Yeah.
When you get older, you never mind the David.
Back then it's the beat, right?
Well, yeah. Or the tomorrow was the beat, but people that call me by my true name, which is David, I said, okay, if you call me David again, I'm going to have to call you Dad or something because...
Only him calls you that, right?
Yeah. And it was really weird growing up, and I went from David to Dave, and then my parents, even my mother, started calling me Dave. I was like, what, Mom?
Yeah.
She goes, yeah. Why not? Everybody else calling you Dave now. I said, okay. Welcome to the show. Daniel, man, you sticking around, dude. I'm going to have to ask you to sing me another song, dude. I really do. Yeah, I love the way you play as well.
Here's one done by my dear brother Casey De Leon Guerrero.
Oh, by all means. Sing it, brother.
Namang matagigan tiyu soda agi fionu manay gwilokwi imagagumu ni siquiera ukata para bay utungu ay hafa na rason non dingudu ayus pipia hafa kirida bidahu kotiyu na maguf ilina lamu sa estinagwin ay jata ay nongayan ay nenihi na ufalingu lekuan neni kotiyun tungo hafa ususesedin kada dia dan puangi distiki unapata ho gipyonu ai justata gaya si fanu guahu napatufan mogi iguinay zaku sagui jahatu uspogu i linalo pues gaya si nuguahu lekuane ni kotiyon tungo hafa ususesedin kada dia dan puangi distiki unapota ho gipyonu ay distiki unapota ho gipyonu.
Viva Chamorro. Viva.
That's another song, Bubba B.
Bubba B sang that?
Yeah, he sang it. He made a big hit out of it.
Yeah. You know, one of my good, favorite artists as well, Bubba B.
I play with him.
Yeah.
Every time he's on the island, he's with me.
Exactly. No, he's an awesome entertainer.
Yeah, he is.
I thank you. Thank you, Kate. Casey. Yeah. Daniel. Thank you for singing us that song. It sounded so nice. 922-1051-1052. Your opportunity, should you have a question for my guests, Daniel De Leon Guerrero is here. And, oh, by the way, it's are you singing or doing anything on the Labor Day weekend?
Yes. Somebody, I think it's Domi. Domi is setting me up there.
Oh.
I'll be playing there. So.
At the event itself?
Yeah.
Wow, I kind of had the feeling you would.
They're really trying to get me and my brother Casey and my brother KG one night Legends night.
That'll be super awesome.
I'm praying it'll happen.
I will too. You know, that sounds like a promotion somebody might want to tackle. But you know, during the break and while we took a break, I was talking to Daniel. I said, you know, I wanted to lighten up things on the radio, talk radio. You know, we talk about everything that's going on, you know. And one thing that I brought up to Daniel, and he was like No, isn't it like 300,000? And we're talking about how much it costs for a single family home. 507,000, according to the Realtor Association. We're saying I was like, what? 500K, 500,000. And then it got me thinking, Daniel. I said, no wonder why people are leaving. You know, the cost of living here is just outrageous.
For 500,000, is that new search system, new paint job, new everything? I mean, half the house
it better be
are being sold here are second, third owners, you know, and usually they run into a sewage problem.
Let me give you
for 300,000
a little bit of history. In the early 60s, my father's older brother, my uncle, bought a house in Kaiser in Dedido. You know how much he bought it for? $12,000.
Wow.
Yes.
Those
forward.
days are gone.
You can't even buy a Corolla now for $12,000. I mean, for goodness sakes. Anyway, we do have a caller, and callers, you are priority, and that'll be you, Jesse. Or Jess.
Buenas Alfredi, what to ask? See, Dan,
sure.
What do you think about like how the Chamorro musician, the young generation, you got Joe Dorito, those guys, it's not really like country anymore? Do you think we can bring that back, or what are some efforts that Dan can do to bring it to interest these younger artists as a role model? That's all. You can answer it offline, sir.
I can answer you right now. I try to put myself. I try to speak to them to, get their information from the Manamkos, like me and other, legend singers and everything, and get a little knowledge of what they call our own twang, and try and use that, because right now music is just changing. I mean, we cannot blame time for changing, but it's really sweet if we can, just instead of promoting other island music, we should be promoting Marianas, having our own style, and playing, what is true to the island, than pretending to be somebody.
Okay.
But I've worked with Joe. I've worked with the young musicians. That's why I was telling Dave here earlier, we just have to be patient, because like I said, time changes, and if we don't change with the times, then we're in trouble. But we try and teach but to try and teach our children to keep the language and the culture alive. That is the most important thing. Thank you for your question, Telo.
Yeah, good question.
Yes,
and terrific answer as well. You got to change with the times.
Yes, you have to.
And if you don't, you become stagnant. And
I mean, even being a musician, sure, I would love to just sing Chamorro and everything, but as the time changes, you want to have a repertoire. I mean, people are going to get tired hearing the same song over and over.
You mentioned something, the word twang.
Yeah.
And that is definitely something that is unique to each individual.
Yes.
And when that occurs, and you definitely got a twang, I'm telling you.
I mean, I know a lot of singers from Rhoda, Tinian, Saipan, and Guam, that we each have our own unique twang.
Yes.
And it's the way we sing the song.
Correct.
That gives it the feeling and brings it to life.
Yeah, and but for yourself, Daniel, you have so many songs, and you've written so many, and it's kind of hard to even, because you're so versatile. You can sing in different twangs.
Yeah.
You really can.
See, when I first started recording, I was only interested in Chamorro music, but there was one day my producer told me that times are changing. You got to stay up with the times, because it's a world competition out there. I mean, there's a lot of Chamorro singers out there that are even better than I am.
Oh,
that doesn't give me an excuse to just quit. It gives me the
motivation, maybe
motivation to empower myself by, changing, put a little style on my music. How did they say? I broaden my horizon.
No, exactly. And, for those of you listening out there, and thank you very much, first and foremost. And, with what, it's about as well preserving our culture,
Yes.
our language.
Most
You know,
important thing.
because you sing in Chamorro, it preserves our language. As the previous caller mentioned, you know, and for me personally, that's how I learn how to understand and speak as little as I do. Chamorro is from the Chamorro music that I hear, and it's just so inspiring. And for the younger generations, I hope they are inspired as well.
I met them like at parties.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be playing out back with my group, and they'll be playing up front. You know, and we'll take turns, and it inspires me to talk to them and see where they're coming from and everything. I mean, like there was a guy named Matt Duenas.
Uh-huh.
He came, you know, to me, and we wrote a couple of songs. Then there was Kevy Kev, bless his heart, he passed away already. There was a lot of people that asked for my help, which I really appreciate that, you know, they come forward instead of hiding it, you know, and being shy. No, go out there and listen to other musicians. Go out there and don't be afraid to ask questions, because, you know, no questions never answer if you don't ask. You know, you gotta learn from them.
And at the same token, you know, your willingness to help them, you know, to expand their horizons, you know, broaden their.
They're the next generation, you know.
Absolutely.
To capture the past and sing it in the future.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's like a book.
You know, and the previous caller, Jess, got me inspired when he said, you know, can you get the new Chamorro singers to kind of get back to that
twang.
Country type twang?
Yeah.
And got me thinking. Just what I'm
Because we
thinking.
do have in our music and in our language, what I learned in our music is there's a twang to it, and like rhyme.
Well, you know, because I'm not shy to ask questions, would you happen to have a country type twang song in your repertoire?
Yeah, like.
I want to hear that twang.
I was always told that it can't be done, so I just took time, you know. So I just translated.
Sure. Thank you, Daniel.
Well, I went down to the Bryan County auction. There was something there I knew I had to have. Well, my mind told me to proceed with a little caution, but my heart said, go ahead and make a bid on that. When I said, hey, pretty lady, won't you give me a sign? I will do anything to make you my know mine. I will do your betting and I'll be at your beck and call. I've never seen anything like this so fine, girl. I gotta have you one of a kind. I'm a going once, going twice. I'm a soul to the lady in the second row. She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10. I know God, the ruby red lips, blonde hair, blue eyes. I'm about to bid my heart goodbye. Then they asked me, translate, Ais mono tu pasaga na munida. Baba teka hafag wi mabebendi. Saan ay durpa gulilikuin. Aju noli kwatu sineni. Ile kuway bonita nene zon atan sumagi pa yung panamalago mo ay bago ay naani ay neni atan zunra tumagi. Sa tonto na maliyong bonita sa morita na sumusunog winigisaga na monida ay neni mon Zusa Hogo tu paminsi hogo tu manatay wini Hogo muna ti mamay guwang pangi Hogo pinadjakui pinadjakura sa nuay neni mon Zusa ang setting. Well, I'm sold to the lady in the long black dress. Well, she won my heart. It was no contest with the ruby red lips, blonde hair, blue eyes. I'm about to bid my heart goodbye. Yippee-ki-yay, as they sing.
Did you write that?
Yeah, translated.
Oh,
it was a famous auctioneer song.
Oh, okay.
And when I heard it, and somebody goes, "How much you want to bet you can't translate that?" I said, "Man, give me just 2 days." And sure enough, boom. And it's all about the same thing, going to an auctioneer.
Yeah.
You know.
And
auction means abunida here in Chamorro.
To our previous caller, Jesse, that was one I thought about because you mentioned country. Daniel, I'm sure you know a country one. Anyway, we're a little bit past the bottom of the hour, but we're going to take a short break as soon as get my Reese's attention there. Yeah, Reese, you ready to go for a break? Oh, she's on the phone with someone. Yeah. Okay, not a problem.
Sorry, guys. Are we trying to hit commercial?
No. Do we have a caller?
Yeah, we do have a caller. Oh, is that what you're asking me? My bad. I was right on it. I got him now. You want to put him on?
But yeah.
Okay. Well, here
yes.
we go. We have Mr. Fred Badalio on the line. Half a day, sir.
Up a day.
Buenas, bilinguenas.
That'll be you, Fred. Fred, come in.
Can
over.
we hear you, Fred?
Hey,
there we go.
Dave and Danny. You know, I was listening to the music. It's really great, and I'm just calling in to chime in, not as Department of Corrections director, but as Fred Berdalio, the band, 1015, and I played in different, music bands. But, I heard the previous caller, Dave and Danny, that called in about why can't, they hear some country tomorrow or something, right?
Yep.
But, I don't know whether anyone ever, remembers this, but in the early 90s, myself, Ed Beneventi, Jolene Sablan, Mike Phillips, John Bloss, the country John Bloss, Ed Beneventi, we formed the group Tomorrow, and our album came out. And there was a lot of comments because, the song Federales sounded like rock and roll, Ed Beneventi, right? And then Jolene sang Mungie Tomorrow, right?
Yep.
And it had this sort of like ballad type sound, right?
Yep.
But Danny knows as a musician, and everyone knows, I think, that when you talk about music, you just don't talk country. You talk jazz, you talk rock and roll, you talk any kind of style.
It's a universal language.
Universal language. There you go. Yeah. But the thing is what you do, Danny, and what every artist does, and even the current, artists that are young, some of them having the opportunity to go to Berkeley Music and all that stuff, are coming back with these creative ideas and original sort of like sounds, and with that, not only just that the lyrics are original, but from what their creativity, what they're thinking of, right, and the message they want to give,
Well, that's what I was trying to say, that, we have to change with the times. I mean, we're going to get bored if we're just going to stay with one lyric or one style. I mean, they're doing good. I'm proud when they go back and they come home with their own music. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
That's right. And I kind of think the more of it being sort of like expanded to different genre.
Yes.
I mean, I'm waiting to see, is there going to be a Tomorrow Reggae?
Yep. There is already.
I've never heard a song in lyrics with an original, the original music, that comes from the person, not copy, right? Or, I heard it from an artist, a reggae artist, I'm just copying the same melody or something like that.
There's this guy in Saipan that's doing that already. He's singing it. He writes his own reggae song, but he says it in Tomorrow. I'm not sure his name is. I just met him in Rhoda, and he was happy to play for me. And I said, hey, that's different.
Yep, and that again, it's the difference. I mean, just the diversity of it, right, is impactful and it's very powerful, because all it takes is that one sort of like, the music, and I always advise
one certain twang. That's what I call it.
He's chosen. My son is chosen. He's chosen more from his band, 4-piece band, to get into the reggae genre, right?
Yep.
But he played with the UOG jazz band, so he can he's diversified with his music training to go from one style to another. But all it really takes is just that one thing that could reach millions. I'm talking about millions with technology now, right?
Yep.
And it could be the one that just puts Guam on the map.
Yep. Right? I mean, look at Philippines. I mean, they're just hitting it off. Back in the States, being discovered. I've always thought one day Guam will be on the map too.
Yeah. And that's why I wanted to just to thank you. Appreciate how even open-minded you are. How the previous caller said, can we just ask you, why can't it just be a country?
Yeah.
When we talk about art and music, I mean,
it's like a canvas
coming up. It just, it is going. There's just, you might never know, another type of style might come up, and they might say, what is that? Because now they're blending their fusion. It's like fusion of music. They're blending in sometimes the reggae with
even
rock and roll style.
Even country music, they're fusing in with rap.
There you go.
They like it. That's changing with the times, right? Because if you don't, you're going to be boring.
The country twang with a rap.
Yep.
That's going to be
But
interesting.
I just wish they had, and there's always the politics of it, more airtime.
Yes.
Because we're hearing at least the radio station here at least dedicates time for, Ronald Laguana and, a couple, they KOM had, I think before it was Isla, Stay One, but we should always have something of that promoting.
Yes, promoting us instead of something else.
And that music, yeah.
But I appreciate your question. But I still stick with, change is coming, and you have to change with the times. You just can't, I love to just stay with Chamorro music or rock and roll, all my favorites, but if I stay there, I'm losing out while everybody's out there learning things. Because I'm still in the learning stage, as old as I am. I'm still in the learning stage. I see a lot of musicians out there that, like I told Dave, better than I am. But I learned from it. I better myself.
Fred.
Yes.
Dave, I think the listeners out there. We got Fred Berdayo, of course. He's the director of Department of Corrections. But I think not many people know you're actually a musician as well.
Too, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So we're going to get you in the studio and have you sing as well.
Yeah. Let the word out, right?
Now, remember, I was always the backup in the keyboard in the background. It was George Hernandez who was doing or Richard Royal could do it too. He can drum and sing.
Yep. that takes talent itself, drumming and keeping time while singing.
It does.
That's right.
I don't know of too many drummers like that. But man, it's an honor for hearing from you.
All right, and it was a pleasure, hearing you and the music and pushing it out, because, it is a preservation a lot as each generation comes in. It's just difficult. Again, the challenge is to keep the language alive. And what better way with music? You learn the language better when people are singing it at barbecues and everywhere around.
Yeah, just join in, That's how Chamorros used to do it. We used to do the rounds singing, in the evenings and at night. Now it's like those things are just disappearing. And then we're losing a lot of, the people like my age, and they're passing. So the best we can do is just, with our time, is to teach our new generation and accept the change, because they're going through the changes too. So.
Maybe we can start a curriculum,
I like his idea though that on air they should have a program at least once a month or to promote, especially the new. I mean, there's a lot of them here that are very talented.
Yeah,
but like he said, it's the airtime.
Maybe that's something I would definitely try to tackle. See what I can do. But Fred, it's always a pleasure hearing from you, my friend.
Okay.
And thank you for the questions.
Have a great show there, Dave, and thank you again, Danny.
All right, you take care, my brother.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Fred. Yeah, we're way past the bottom of the hour. We're about 9 minutes to the top of the hour. You're listening to the Wave 105 FM. Having a blast with the last hour and 45 minutes or so with my special guest, Daniel De Leon Guerrero. And Daniel, I'm just honored to have you here. Thank you for entertaining us for all the years, actually, a few decades maybe.
Still playing.
Yeah, still playing. And, we've, the callers, thank you as well. And for those of you that are tuned in, thank you. Hope you were entertained with the great sound, unique voice of Daniel Leon Guerrero. And, it's just something, again, Fred just put it on the head,
yes,
hit it on the head, that with Chamorro music, we can, maybe that should be a curriculum in school, to have Chamorro music played as a way of teaching our language.
Through airtime, I mean, if I was a radio station, I would love to have an original singer with the new generation, and how he sings it, how he changed it, but still means the same thing. That would be awesome.
It will. Again, I'm going to walk out of here today with that stuck in my head. What could I do?
It's going to brainstorm.
Yeah. What could I do to initiate a show featuring local entertainers, past and present?
And there's a lot of them.
Yes, and there's
like Fred said, it's just airtime. There's hardly any. I mean, they used to back when tomorrow he would bring in, you know.
Well, again, you know, because we're talking about it, I think it warrants some investigation and look into it. And, you know, in the radio business, it's all about advertising. So if we can get an advertiser, I'm almost 100% sure.
And with the YouTube
it
and
can
the
happen.
technology.
Yeah.
Not only Guam or Marianas are.
Yeah, you know.
Got their area on.
You know, we can always do it as a podcast. You
Yes.
don't have to do it. But, you know, this is already an established radio station, the Wave 105. What better if we can get a sponsor, you know, a 1-hour show, maybe, you know, to begin with, and feature some of our local talent, Chamorro, past and present. And again, it doubles as a teaching tool to teach Chamorro. You know, that's how I
know
learned.
I would appreciate it, especially, you know, getting old. I'll be looking back, listening to, you know, new styles and everything.
Yeah.
It'll bring memories.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Then we can have a signer. That'll be you.
Oh, that water bottle.
Oh, I'm drinking.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Huh? Reese, are we gonna take a break or what?
No, did you want me to get him water?
Well, I don't know.
No, I'm good. It's just I'm not used to aircon. I mean, you can see me shivering, right?
Yeah. Normally, well, anyway, getting back to what we're doing, 922-1051, 922-1052. You still got a chance. We got a few minutes to the top of the hour. You got any questions for Daniel? By all means, give us a call. We'll be more than happy. He'll be more than happy to answer your question. Or if you have a question for me, by all means. Before I forget, I usually do this at the beginning of the show, but I forgot because I was so excited to have Daniel on the show. I want to wish everyone out there, Daniel, that's having a birthday. I do that every show I do. Someone's having a birthday out. Somebody is celebrating a birthday out there. Today is your special day. It could be your birthday. It could be an anniversary for that matter. And I want to take this time to wish you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy anniversary
Viva
to you as well.
cumpleaños.
There you go. That's what they say in Chamorro.
Yeah.
I'm just so proud. So proud to be a Chamorro. You know, I really am. You know, sometimes I tell the story, sometimes I don't, because some people might. You know, it depends how you take it. You know, I'm a veteran of the Air Force, Daniel, and I lived in the barracks like most young airmen do in the beginning of their careers. And I was stationed in South Dakota at the time. South Dakota, all the way from Guam.
That's cool.
Yeah, and I'm in the barracks, and you know, you got every.
My boy was stationed there.
Really?
Yeah.
Was
in
he?
fact, he's retiring now.
Was he in the Air Force?
Yeah, he's still in the Air Force.
Wow.
Yeah, he's retiring right after his 20 years.
Yeah. Wow.
He's in Vegas right now. He just left the island.
Do you remember the base in South Dakota? Was it Ellsworth?
I'm not sure. It's an Air Force base, but
Yeah.
he went from South Dakota then to Utah.
Yeah.
And then got stationed here in Guam for 6 years.
Yeah.
And then now he's back in Afghanistan.
I'm
He's
an Air
heading
Force.
to Afghanistan.
My father is a retired Air Force, so I followed in his footsteps. And anyway, South Dakota was my first duty station. And
That's
getting
cold.
back to very, very, very cold. I used to call my mother, you know, long distance and back in the day, and because I was shocked, you know, I'll be listening to the weather report. Today's high will be 0. I was like, what? I called my mother. Mom.
This morning, I was talking to my sister from Missouri.
Uh-huh.
Now I was asking her, does my brother-in-law still have his 57 Bel Air or something? And she said, yeah, they're putting a new engine. And then she goes, I don't like that car. I said, why not? She goes, there's no aircon. I said, Yvonne, you're in Missouri, man. You don't need no aircon. You need to take that thermostat out of that.
Matter of fact, here in Guam, how many times have you used your heater? Not in my lifetime. No, we need aircon. But,
I grew up, but that's why I'm not used to having aircon. I grew up at the ranch and everything, and I got used to listening to the rain on the tin roof.
Oh, sure.
You know, I got used to the, fresco manglo, they call it, coming in at night, in the afternoon.
That means fresh air, right?
Yeah, fresco manglo, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got that right.
Yep.
Ding, ding, 2 points.
Yep. That's good. That's good. You're learning.
Yeah, I'm still learning. You know, even at my age now, my father, Daniel, passed away April recently, and But during the time I spent with him, I made it a point. Every time I heard a Chamorro word I didn't understand or I didn't know, I would immediately say, Dad, what is that word? Even whether it be in song or just hearing it, I would stop and say,
I was
Dad.
fortunate because ever since I was a kid,
Mm-hmm.
they spoke Chamorro to us. But when we go to school, we don't.
Yeah, unfortunate. Well, not unfortunate. It's the wrong word, but because my dad was a military man and
Travel.
Oh, big time, big time. I went to every, we went everywhere.
Yep.
That's the part of the perks of being in a military family, as I was. I knew every 2 years or so we're going to be moving to someplace else, and we did. We lived in the Philippines. We lived in Missouri, Texas, California. I mean,
The most miserable part is going into as a new student in a new school and everything in it.
Yeah, I mean, it happened all the time. I remember being in the Philippines, Clark Air Force Base to be specific, and I would ask my mother. I said, Mom, we've been here almost 2 years, and is Dad going to be going somewhere else? Yeah. I said, okay, where are we going? Where are we going now? Guess where we went? From the Philippines. Not South Dakota, but North
That's
Dakota.
even colder.
Yeah, it was Minot Air Force
That's Sioux
Base.
territory. If I'm correct, that's Sioux territory.
No, it is. Well, so was South Dakota's Indian cowboy territory.
A little bit more.
Yeah, again, with the stories I had living in the barracks in South Dakota, that was what it is. It was cowboys and Indians, and I was from Guam. So
During Gene time.
I recall Lackland Air Force Base when we got our assignments, where we're gonna go, and I got the I don't know what to call it, the good pig, the bad pig. But my TI, they call him, not drill instructor, but TI, which is training instructor, said, Duenas, I don't know who you upset, but you got orders to South Dakota. I said, and what's wrong with that? He goes, you don't know? I said, no. He goes, that's cowboys and Indians, man. And where are you from? You're from Guam, from the Pacific? He goes, you might want to go talk to the admin people and see if you can get that changed. And I couldn't. So there I was in South Dakota.
Well, I mean, my boy, Texas, hot. Then Guam, station here, hot. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, just straight to North Dakota.
Yeah, it was an experience.
He got to learn how to ice a fish.
Yeah. Yeah, I did that as well. I rode the sleigh, and it was just, I don't know, because I'm a military brat since birth and experienced different cultures, different weather environments, and it wasn't a big deal for me.
There's a new word for it now, milli babies.
Milli babies?
Milli babies, military.
You made that up, not me.
No, I have a friend who called somebody and I laughed. I said, what's milli? He goes,
Milli
parents
baby.
are military. Oh, okay, the MIA. Yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah, I'm a proud military brat. Every single sibling, there's 9, like yourself. You got 9 in your family, right?
Yes.
Every one of us were born in a military base. Every one of us. My youngest brother, being the last one, the youngest, he was born in the Philippines. Unfortunately, he thinks he's a Filipino citizen. I said, John, you're not a Filipino citizen, okay? You're a U.S. citizen. You just happen to be born in
Philippines.
In the Philippines. But he goes, no, I'm not. I'm a Filipino. I said, oh, whatever, John. I have to teach him. No, you're not. Anyway, true story. And, here in Guam, a lot of our families are military background. We're one of the
I think
most.
we're the most by capita.
Yeah. Well, we are one of the most patriotic. We are definitely one of the highest per capita enlistment in the military. From the Navy, the Army, Marines, you name it. We're in all of them. My older brother, was in the Army.
That's why they say, hey, you got nephews in the state, man. I got a whole nation. What do you mean nephews? I got a whole nation of little mix.
Okay. Oh, Reese, thank you for entertaining us and taking care of all the calls and doing what you do.
You?
Yeah. Now she's doing something else. Okay.
Magic trick.
Okay, magic trick. We're just about at the top of the hour. Talking to Daniel De Leon Guerrero, again, thank you so much for coming in. I enjoyed every single song you sang for us. I hope you, the listeners out there, enjoyed it as well on the Wave 105 FM. And for those of you watching us, streaming live on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed it as well. Brother Richard is watching us from Abilene, Texas. Peace, brother.
Can I close out with a Texas song?
Oh, by all means.
It's for you, brother. Let me see if I can do this for you.
It's for you, Rich.
It's one of my favorite. Lone Star Man.
Okay.
Amarillo by morning, out from San Antonio. Everything that I've got is just what I got on. I ain't got a dime, but what I got is mine, and I thank the Lord that I'm free. Amarillo by morning, Amarillo's where I'll be. I broke my back in Houston, broke my leg in Santa Fe. I lost my wife and a girlfriend somewhere along the way. I'll be searching for aid in that April rain, and I hope that judge ain't blind. Amarillo by morning, Amarillo's on my mind. Waunton tiningo lo senza guna gaigi. Gaigi Islas Marianas en Talutosi. Ayama mesta isla adidiunyo manggagay familia ko. Islas Marianas na anya ay isla ko paraiso. Ay sangon ni sinona na mamolik hadugwini. Lodangin sinya manyelu tsagi zumbyahi tumugi. Sagof maholang du westanu hamdu janita no. Islas Marianas, anay man gaigi man sa moru. So Amarillo by morning, out from San Antonio. Oh, everything that I've got is just what I got on. I ain't got a dime, but everything I own is mine, and thank the Lord that I'm free. Amarillo by morning, Amarillo's where I'll be. Amarillo is where I'll be.
Wow. Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
It's for your brother.
Thank you. Brother Rich.
All the way across the ocean.
He's in Abilene, Texas. Wow. Gotta put that twang. You gotta put the twang in there, right? Anyway, thank you for all of you tuning in. We are the Wave 105. We're a little bit past the top of the hour. Paulie Suba should be coming in soon. He's gonna be taking you the rest of the way till 6 o'clock p.m. In the meantime, I'm Dave Twain saying thank you. Thank you for tuning in to the Wave 105. We are KGUM Agana.
Viva
sorry. Dedo.
Viva Marianas.
Viva.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Toscano. The families of the two children who were shot and killed at Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis spoke out Thursday afternoon. Jesse Merkel lost his 8-year-old boy, Fletcher.
Please remember Fletcher for the person he was and not the act that ended his life. Give your kids an extra hug and kiss today. We love you, Fletcher. You'll always be with us.
Michael Moisky and Jackie Flavin lost 10-year-old Harper Moisky. Their statement read in part, "Our hearts are broken not only as parents, but also for Harper's sister, who adored her big sister and is grieving an unimaginable loss." Acting U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson said writings from the shooter show a person consumed by hate.
The shooter expressed hate towards black people. The shooter expressed hate towards Mexican people. The shooter expressed hate towards Christian people. The shooter expressed hate towards Jewish people. In short, the shooter appeared to hate all of us.
As of 1 hour ago, the so-called de minimis exemption is being lifted by the Trump administration. That means imported goods valued at $800 or less will now have to pay import taxes and fees. More from BBC News business correspondent Saranjana Tawari.
De minimis was a loophole that allowed billions of dollars of goods to enter the U.S. duty-free. It's been around for a very long time, since 1938, and was largely used in recent years as a means to foster small business growth on e-commerce marketplaces.
Critics of the move say the new tax will drive up consumer prices. Cindy McCain, director of the UN World Food Program, says after just visiting Gaza that mothers and children are starving. We have more on the crisis there from CBS News correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb.
Gaza's Ministry of Health has recorded 4 deaths, quote, due to famine and malnutrition over the past 24 hours, including 2 children, bringing the total number of hunger-related deaths in the devastated Palestinian territory to 317, including 121 children.
It's been 2 decades this week since Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans. Our Jim Krasula says it's something those who lived through will never forget.
Many of those who experienced Hurricane Katrina 20 years ago still marvel at its deadly destruction. Wendell Frazier is a lifelong resident of New Orleans.
It became so surreal. You just never thought. You just never, even to the day, 20 years later, it's just hard to fathom that we had that much water with that much devastation in this city. Nobody thought it was going to be like that.
Frazier's lower Ninth Ward neighborhood was underwater for weeks after levees broke after Katrina hit. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is the latest newspaper that will stop printing a newspaper and go all digital.
The paper's president says printing and delivering newspapers has not been the most effective way to distribute the news in a long time. University of Utah communications professor Jacob Nelson agrees.
People increasingly are turning to digital platforms for their news consumption. It makes a lot of sense to try to meet those audiences where they are.
He urges papers use the money they save by ending print to improve their online platforms,
so that their digital offerings are as appealing and as quick to load as they should be to get people to stick around.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Mark Teixeira, whose 14-year Major League Baseball career began with the Texas Rangers, says he's running for Congress in the 2026 midterm elections. Teixeira will run as a Republican in the Texas 21st District, which covers parts of the San Antonio and Austin suburbs and much of the Hill Country. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely report. If you're setting up a phone for a young child, be aware that both iOS and Android have lots of built-in tools to limit what the child can do with that device. Connect Safely Education Director Carrie Gallagher has thoughts on what types of things parents might let their kids do or not do.
They don't need all of the features at once right away. They don't need necessarily the ability to write email, the ability to get on social media, the ability to watch YouTube, the ability to do research. They might need the ability to text you and text their friends. They might need the ability to learn how to set alarms or set a to-do list for themselves.
More, including steps on how you can set parental controls, and the full Doing Tech Right podcast with Carrie at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely Report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
Alrighty, here we go. We're about to get ready for the Brightside here with Polly Suba. And first, I think we actually have to check in with our real deal traffic. It's 4 o'clock. You know, we probably can expect some things out there. So let's go ahead and get into that right about now. Big shout outs to our friends over there, Guam Auto Spa. Don't forget to check them out 2 a day. They're, of course, taking care of you. If you want to get yourself into a new vehicle, perfect. Visit them online at guamautospa.com today. Here we go, taking a look at their real deal traffic and what's going on out there in the streets. Right now, it's definitely busy in the Tumon area for anyone who is traveling northbound on Route 1 on North Marine Court Drive. You're passing by the Pali San Vitores Road. Definitely traffic there. And even when you make your way up to the mall intersection, there is traffic there as well. I'm not too sure if there is an accident of some kind or if this is already preparing since it is a 3-day weekend. But I feel like a lot of people go home just a little bit early on a Friday, so I'm not too sure. If you have any information on what's going on out there in the Pali San Vitores area, the Upper Tumon area, Route 1, then feel free to let us know at 922-1051. And don't forget 67 on the front of that. Otherwise, let's see if anyone is traveling through Route 1. Maybe you're making your way northbound, right? Here in front of the Dedito area, in front of Santa Barbara, there is some traffic there at the intersection, which is really interesting. Not too much, though, that will keep you held back for a long, long time, like that traffic by Pali San Vitores. Sorry, I'm not trying to Debbie down on Pali San Vitores. We love our Tumon, but man, she's busy right now today. For anyone who's traveling in the PT area, there is somewhat traffic there. There's traffic coming out from the Jose Rios Middle School. Not surprised. They probably got the kids coming out from school there. And then you got some people coming from the south making their way to that intersection. Let's see what else. I just don't want to miss out on anything. I think that might be about it. Thank you guys so much. If you have any real deal traffic reports and you want to let us know about it, WhatsApp us. Please, would love to hear from you. You can even send a voice note because we want you to be safe. 671-922-1051. That's to WhatsApp us there. Continue to keep it locked here. Again, we have the Brightside with Polly Suba coming up on the station. This is the Wave 105.1 FM.
At Wave 105 FM, we want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for 2 at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door.
All right, welcome back. The Brightside here on Wave 105. Shout outs to Dave Duenas and Dan DeLeon Guerrero. That was just a great discussion, right? And great music from Danny DeLeon Guerrero as well. I was tuning in every chance that I got, and I was just in awe of it all. And I feel like I missed some really good parts, so I'll be sure to go back on the YouTube and rewatch some of those performances from Danny DeLeon Guerrero. I appreciate that, and so I'm just grateful that Dave Duenas set that whole thing up for the last 2 hours. But I'll be finishing off the last two. Biba Betness. It's the weekend, baby, and I think we have somebody on the line right now, right? So it's our general manager of Guam Solid Waste Authority, Irvin Slike. Thank you so much, Mr. Slike, for having another conversation with us, because we all like to talk trash, right?
Well, exactly. Thank you, Polly, for inviting me. And I guess with Dave Duenas and Danny's musical interludes, this must be the beginning of the blues hour when we're talking about solid waste rate increases.
Right. And so, again, I've had conversations with you. I've also went down to one of the public meetings to see what are the concerns of the community, right? And so I got a first look at some of the concerns, and one of them was that they aren't necessarily opposed to the rate increase, but please also increase customer service. And so that conversation took place again this morning, right? That there are some issues with customer service, and so the concern is that understanding the rate will increase. What else comes with that? And so, and there's other things too that you're implementing, and like in the law that. Well, the bill that has become law for universal trash pickup also includes the fact that not everybody needs to be a customer of Guam Solid Waste Authority. You can be a customer of a private business, and then you can also be a self-hauler. And so those two things, how will you know what does the customer need or what does the resident need from you or from the other business that checks that box off, that doesn't mandate them to be a customer of Guam Solid Waste Authority moving forward? Have you looked into that yet?
Yeah. So the bill, as you have outlined, offers 3 different ways that you can comply with it. What it does is it sets up mandatory, what they call trash collection, but it's really mandatory approved methods for handling your waste.
Okay.
So those are becoming a GSWA residential customer, where we pick up the bin, at the front of the house every week. The second is you can use one of our transfer stations and self-haul the waste. And then the third method is, contract with a private company to either provide you with a bin or collect your waste in some form or fashion. So those are the approved methods. And the bill says that we will enter into an agreement with the Water Authority, CWA, and take their meter data for single-family homes or residents of 4 units or less in apartments, and those will automatically be enrolled. And there's going to be a time period where the public can tell us that they wish to do the other 2 methods instead of becoming a GSWA customer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that works. And so the specifically on being a self-hauler, what is that? How does that entail? Do you have registered self-haulers already within your system?
No, they're not registered. They're people that show up at the transfer station,
right?
And they pay a fee, and they can use drop off their refuse or recyclables or household hazardous waste.
Right.
At the the only household hazardous waste is at Harmon.
Right.
But the others two will take your bulk items, your trash, for a fee.
Mm-hmm. And I do that too as a customer of Guam Solid Waste Authority. Every now and then, though, we purge, right, and then I'll take that trash. But now with this new law, how do I enroll with you as a self hauler moving forward when it's fully implemented?
Well, we'll definitely advertise that we've got the customer base set up and that we're getting ready to start the delivery of the bins and starting the program, which again, it's going to be sometime in 2027.
Right.
Right. So there'll be a time period where you can either register online or come into the office and declare that you're going to be a self-hauler.
Okay.
And then at our transfer stations, we will take that information. We have basically, computers or tablets that we can verify that you are using the facility, and you'll pay the approved fees.
Right. And then understanding that's not happening just yet, and so you have the rate increase has been approved, and so we won't be seeing our rates go down again until possibly 2027. Do you have to go back to the PUC to request for the approval to go down?
No, they kept the docket open.
Okay.
So if it's anything materially different than what we had explained,
right,
then it'll be up to the PUC at that time to determine whether it needs to be a docket and through the hearings. But generally, if we can keep it in that $22 range and the program is what we had told the PUC, then they will just approve it, yeah.
Understood. And then October 1st is when we'll see the bill increase. For myself, I have one bin. That's going from $30 to $35, and then we'll see another increase when. Because
the other increase will come in October of 2026. 2026. Sorry.
All right, understood. But it's unclear if the transfer hall the residential transfer station price increases on October 1st, 2025. Does it?
Yeah.
And what is the price?
So again, the minimum charge, which is basically your pickup truck bed full, will be $11.55.
Okay. It is okay. So that's what I see on your website. So that price is going. Will that also go up in 2026? Will that price?
No.
Okay.
No, we have that again the same price in 2026.
Got it. And then so I see then if I'm looking at the right rate increase list here, residential transfer station half cab will increase October 1st, this October 1st to $23.10. And then above cab, $34.65.
Correct.
Understood. And that's again the cashier, the representative that takes your money when you go to the transfer station will look at your cab and assess whether that is $11.55 or $23.10 or $34.65.
Yes.
They have the authority to decide, right?
Yes. Yes, and what we're doing is we're following the protocol that we established during MAWAR. In MAWAR, to get reimbursed from the federal government, we had to establish a program that we knew the correct way to charge by volume, because that's typically what happens in a disaster is trucks come in all loaded up and deposit, so we needed an accurate way to record volume, and we've kept that throughout. So there'll be, I think in the past there was probably a lot of leeway on the charges, but not so much anymore.
You sent me, and I think you also showed the public hearings, photos of examples, and so I imagine your team has seen those photos as well, and that's how they're going to gauge it too.
Well, yeah, during Mawar we actually use yardsticks and some other measures, but they're pretty trained now, and the photos I'll check with our admin. We need to post those just so people get a heads up on what we're talking about.
Right. Yeah. I have a couple more questions, but somebody else is on the line, Reese. Is that true? Do you mind taking a phone call? I mean, I think people knew that you were going to be on the radio and we're ready.
No.
Hafide, you're on the air with the General Manager of Guam Solid Waste Authority. Do you have a question for Mr. Slike?
Yes. First of all, I kind of like the program of all the trash being collected like that. So I've been a patron from day one when you guys first started it. But I just one question though on all your items, recycled items that you guys collect, because I do have a recycle bin that was given to me. Does that recycled item that you guys collect from residents, does that turn into cash for as part of your financing or your budget?
It was a question. It was breaking up.
So the recycled items.
Do we derive any? Yeah. Do we derive any revenue from the recycling?
Yes.
No, it's rolled into the contract that we have with Guam Waste for the marketing of it. So, and the recycling value isn't, it's not a lot. So they pull that into the marketing. It's
okay. Yeah, I'm just
in the contract. Yeah.
Now, the reason I'm asking is if it was, then if you guys are turning those items into revenue, so I feel like for the folks like myself who's been, as a patient, been honestly collecting all these recycled bins, is at least get a break on the regular trash pickup, like maybe reduce the price as being a good citizen in collecting these items and just throwing it out there.
It costs us the same amount to go around and pick up the recycling, and again, the value of your tin cans or aluminum, you're perfectly free to go to any of the other metal recyclers and try to get some money from that way instead of giving it to us. If you're concerned about the cost of the trash.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah.
The phone call unfortunately was a little tinny. It's tinny, right?
Yeah.
So sorry. Yeah, I was having a difficult time as well. But you answered the question, and so with him saying, that was going to be one of my questions, because some of your current customers now are being told that you won't provide that free service of picking up the you won't provide a recycling bin. But now with this mandatory trash pickup, will that change?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the past, the receiver set up, especially the rural routes, and especially in the rainy season, I guess they did not have the type of vehicles or the inclination to go and service. But our intention is to service every single customer, regardless of where they live or what type of, if they can get there in their own vehicle, then we can service both the trash and recycling.
Understood. And I think that also just answers the question too, then, of those that just wanted general pickup and you were unable because of where they live and whatnot. But understanding that now you've increased the customer base, you can use some of these monies to purchase trucks that can get to those areas. But are you optimistic that this can even solve the issue with your workforce? I mean, you were talking about some of the concerns or challenges that you're facing with Patty this morning on workforce. People just not even showing up for work.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. It's been working through the GovGuam regulations, personnel rules. It doesn't, you just can't snap your fingers. Right. But again, we have had success most recently with, an employee that literally had no call, no show, had issues since March of this year till now. So we're getting the workforce that we need to accomplish island-wide. Those are personnel issues that I've dealt with in the past. It's taken a little longer than other places that I've worked, but it's not insurmountable, and we'll carry on.
Right. And so I guess maybe their pay increases when you start to. I'm assuming you'll recruit even more, or I think you're having a hard time. You are recruiting, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, we are recruiting. We just recently hired 3 new additional drivers, and I hope they work out. But we have a probationary period that in some cases we've had to use. The drivers are subject to random drug testing, and we've lost a few over the time that I've been here to that. And so there's the labor issue is no different from me than a lot of the other businesses on the island are experiencing. So,
and I hope too, because you're not the only service in town either, right? And so I hope that this also allows you to be more competitive too.
Right. Yeah. We've told our board a couple months ago that we intended to look at raising the pay for the sanitation workers and the drivers. So we're working on that. But again, you need to go through a reclassification procedure with DOA, and that takes time.
Right. And these new vehicles and the equipment that you're going to be purchasing will take some of the load off of the employees, right? Because I imagine workers, their backs go out and whatnot, and I don't know if they can do this for more than 3 or 4 years, right? And that probably is also another reason you lose employees.
Right. So most of the collection fleets in the U.S., mainland U.S., are what they call side loaders or automatic loaders. There's a mechanical arm that goes out, secures the bin, and then empties it into the truck. And the reason they do that is, again, the person in the back is more likely to be seriously injured or killed through traffic, or suffer, again, injury based on repetitive motion and hopping on and off the vehicle, et cetera, to pull the cart over and do from the traditional rear loading vehicle. So our new fleet will have predominantly the side loaders. We will still retain the rear loaders, just because some of the roads are very narrow, or some of the streets might have double parking, and we would not want to try to move the mechanical arm in between, two closely parked cars to try to grab a bin.
Right. And the extra bin for those that have a second bin, that price isn't going up, right? That stays at $15?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't change that.
Right. And that's something that I think as prices go up or whatnot, that's something that people might want to look into. And then, again, as you get closer to 2027 and implement this program working with Guam Water Works Authority, that we can see our prices go back down, further down than the $30 into around the $22 range. But, I mean, that's not necessarily, I just need your confirmation, or if you can confirm that it's not 100%, though. You have to kind of go through this process and see where you're at and reassess, but the goal is to get to that level?
Yeah. I mean, we always look at the cost of our service and the finances, month to month.
Right.
So we did a projection based on projected tonnages.
Yeah.
And our rate model people, both the PUCs and ours, sort of looked at the $22 range and, signed off on it. And that's why we presented it.
Right.
And we will relook at that through the rest of 2025 and into 2026 to see if we're still on target with that.
And then the last question that I have is the governor vetoed this bill last time, but then the acting governor, Josh Tenorio, when it was on his desk, he signed it into law. But I read the letter from the governor saying that the reason why they signed this one is because it assists those that are low to moderate population, that there's a program that is now going to be part of that. And so what does that look like? I know we've had conversations on that, but SNAP recipients and whatnot are going to be able to get a subsidy. Does that go to them and they pay their bill, or does that subsidy go directly to you?
So what we did with the first island-wide bill, and it seems as though the legislature wanted to sort of recreate that and see how that fit into the $22. And what we presented was if everybody pays, we could lower it to $22.
Right.
The program that we submitted to the legislature, it did not get signed by the governor, had basically like 3/4 of the ratepayers. Everybody except 11,000 SNAP recipients would pay, I believe it was like $27. And then what we could do is offer a $15 per month subsidized rate to the 11,000 households that receive SNAP. And then the total revenue would equal the revenue that we needed to maintain the program. Now, with this one, so the 22 is if everybody contributes. If we have to present and it's approved that 11,000 people needed some kind of subsidy, we haven't run those numbers, but the current ratepayers would be paying higher than 22 to subsidize the 11,000 households that could not afford the 22 per month.
Okay, I understand, because again, the money's got to come from somewhere.
Right. So the other mechanism in the law was also that we would be able to find a grant to cover the monies that would be necessary to offer a reduced rate for those 11,000 households. And I've reached out to the U.S. EPA grant program manager for the Pacific Islands. Sent them an email and gave them the target amount of this subsidy. I have not received any indication yet. But I would say that given the current climate in the federal government and all the challenges that they have, it might be hard to come up with some money to offset a $22 per month charge.
Have you seen it in other jurisdictions where you worked? You've mentioned that you've been in a number of other places.
Subsidies from a utility?
Yeah. For solid waste.
No, not the subsidies that I've seen were offered as a broad group of subsidies for rent, utilities, education, food. All of those would be wrapped up into either a federal or a local program that and the trash bill would be a part of that. And that's what I've advocated to the legislature. They already have a emergency rental assistance program that covers the utilities, and we were one of them, but it's not our $30 rate wasn't one that a lot of people took advantage of. They would normally use their water or power bill as a utility to get reimbursed from.
Right.
And if that program were stood up, then we would receive full payment for the trash service from them instead of the homeowner.
How is that all going to work out? Like, is this going to be your responsibility? Is this your role moving forward?
Well, that's what the legislature tagged GSWA to come up with a subsidy program, so that's what we have to do.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, I really appreciate this. Is there any? I mean, we're walking right into the weekend. Is there anything that you want to share with our audience?
No, just enjoy their Labor Day.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I'll be down with the crew on Sunday. So.
Oh, I'll probably see you there. You guys do a great work cleaning everything up, and it's like by Monday, it looks like nobody even had a fiesta down there. Yeah.
Well, we do assist in the cleanup, but it's the majority of the other workers. We just provide the containers. Right. So.
I appreciate it, sir. Thank you so much. I'm not looking forward to October, but I'm looking forward to 2027. So.
Yeah. Well, we're back on the Blues Hour again.
There you go. There you go. Okay. Take care.
All right.
All right. General Manager Irvin Slike of Guam Solid Waste Authority, and so really they touch. Patty Arroyo and Mr. Slike touched a lot on customer service, and so I really didn't want to repeat that same conversation. So if you want to hear more about what they're doing in customer service and answering phone calls and whatnot, and how they are relaying their responses to you, you can check out Mornings with Patty on our YouTube channel. It's about, I would say, 2.5 hours in. It's in the 8 o'clock hour where they start to have that conversation. And I just kind of wanted, I had like my own questions, but I didn't want to interrupt that conversation. So I just reached out and said, do you mind if we talk a little bit more about some of the numbers, about the rates, about the trash when we go to the transfer stations? So he confirmed that the price is going up. And how much is it going up? It's going up from $7.50 to $11.55. That's the minimum charge. And I'll tell you what, I've had full load of trash in the back of my truck, and I've never paid more than the $7.50. I never had to pay the $15. But their cashiers, their attendants that are over, at least at the Harmon Industrial Park area, pretty good. They're very good about checking the back and fairly charging you, right? So again, $11.55 for the minimum charge, $23.10 half cab, $34.65 above cab. And so that's when you visit the transfer stations, that price goes up, or you're going to see those prices come October 1st, right? And so and then we're also going to see our bin from 30 to 35. And like Mr. Slike said this morning, this is a conversation that they've been having since 2010, and we've been kicking the can down the road, and now the road has ended. They have reached a dead end, and the PUC voted in favor of increasing the fees yesterday. And then, of course, because it takes some time to implement the law that was passed for universal trash pickup, they're going to be assessing all of their operation, and the goal again is $22.50 for all the customers. So, in due time, the price will go down, and there are other ways, like he said, you can enroll as one of their self-haulers, so you don't necessarily have to be forced into being a customer. If you go to them, and we'll stay connected with Guam Solid Waste Authority. I practically have their website open. I have a tab open just for GSWA. So if I see anything new, if I see anything that pops up there saying go into their office or go onto the website and apply to be a self-hauler, I will definitely let you know. And then you can also just be a customer of another business. And if you do it that way, then you're not going to have two trash bills. So there are options. 4:42 in the afternoon, we'll take our break. Brightside here on Wave 105. Biba Betness.
Blaze Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're taking another look at your real deal traffic report here on The Wave. Let's get into it, and that's all, of course, being brought to you by our friends over at Guam Auto Spot. Check them out 2 a day, or online, should I say, at guamautospot.com to see what awesome cars or trucks or vehicles in general that you can get from their inventory, and then schedule your test drive there as well. Big shout outs to Guam Auto Spot. Here we go, friends. We're going ahead with a look at traffic now. Let's see what the streets are like. You know what? That traffic in like the Tumuning area or Upper Tumon, it has somewhat kind of gotten a little bit better, but because we're about to get into rush hour traffic, I think it will kind of just start to build up again because the line is not as long, but there is a showing of congestion even coming out for those who are trying to make their way out of Tumon and up the Palace San Vitores Hill to get into like the Upper Tumon area or onto the main road, Route 1. There's a lot of traffic coming that way. I guess a lot of people are getting ready for the weekend and headed home. Hopefully those same people get to enjoy a 3-day weekend. I'm sure they deserve it, and that's why they're trying to get out of there. Let's see where else. If anyone is traveling through Route 16, if you're coming from the overpass and you're headed down into Harmon, you could definitely expect some traffic along the way. It doesn't matter. Even through Harmon Loop Road, if you plan to go through there, there's just a bit of traffic. Let's see where else. Coming out from the Ukadu area, surprisingly pretty nice. But then again, I'm always on 6 to 10 a.m., so this is different for me. Ukadu coming out from there is looking great. In Dedido, where the Santa Barbara area is, it definitely cleared up just a bit, but like I said, we are approaching rush hour traffic, so we know that can build up there. Let's check in Mangilao. Mangilao's okay. For anyone who is headed towards the intersection where Chalampago and Mangilao meet, Route 4, Route 10, definitely busy there, and even as you make your way towards the Mai intersection, but that's for those who are coming from Otdut and making their way into Chalampago. So please just drive safely whichever way you're headed, north, south, east, west, and continue to keep it locked here. Once again, this is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on Wave 105.1 FM.
Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the Brightside on Wave 105.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're also going to take a look at some headlines right about now here on Wave, and it's all being brought to you by McDonald's of Guam. Don't forget to check them out, our friends at McDonald's. They're taking care of you. They're actually having another hiring fair. You can go ahead and visit them at any other McDonald's locations and be sure to put in your application. Again, a big shout out going out to our friends at McDonald's of Guam.
CBS News Brief. Investigators say the shooter who killed 2 Catholic school students in Minneapolis and wounded others was obsessed with the idea of killing children. Joe Thompson is acting U.S. attorney there.
Writings that describe the shooter's plan, writings that describe the shooter's mental state, and more than anything, writings that describe the shooter's hate.
The U.S. ended the tariff exemption for small packages shipped globally at midnight Eastern Time. BBC News business correspondent Suranjana Tawari.
Because there's been so much confusion, there's a lot of countries, a lot of places in the world that have said they just won't post those small packages to the U.S. anymore.
Like others who experienced Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, Greg Ketchum doesn't forget the sense of desperation in the devastated city in the aftermath.
When you've been through a situation where it's life-threatening, you find yourself willing to do things and doing things that you wouldn't do in your normal everyday life.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. Viva Badness! The Bright Side here on Wave 105. On the line now is Mike the Sports Guy. Howdy, Mike the Sports Guy. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Pauly? You're lucky I was able to pencil you into my busy schedule.
I'm blessed. I'm grateful for it. And so are we excited for the 49ers?
Hate to say it, my friend, but nothing is greater than to be a Raider.
Don't tell Dice, y'all.
Oh, Raiders, where?
Oh, I'll throw them dice every time on the Raiders.
The Raiders are. Oh, the Patriots aren't all that anymore. Ever since they lost Tom Brady, it's whatever.
Hey, no talking politics right now. We're talking sports.
Tom Brady is sports.
Anyways, like we were saying, like I told Dave earlier.
What?
College football has begun, man. What can I say?
Okay.
For them both fans, Hawaii beat Stanford. They clipped off their wings.
That's right. I saw the highlights in that game.
Yeah. And in top 25, number 25, Boise State lost today to South Florida.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Boise State, I still know them as the blue football field.
Yeah, the Smurf turf.
The Smurf turf. That's right.
Yeah, that's what it literally is called.
Yeah.
I've actually been on that turf before.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
And you'd be surprised at the amount of ducks that they find on that turf because it's this.
They think it's water.
It's this blue turf. Yeah,
Yeah.
they think it's water, and they go diving down, thinking, "All right, I'm going to get a swim." Next thing you know, they have to call the Undertaker.
Roast duck. Hi, day.
Tell me about it.
Every now and then I'll follow football, but to me, I can't wrap my head around it. There's just too many divisions. I can't keep track.
It's just like ABC 1, 2, 3, right?
Yeah, I can. I usually only start following when they start playing the bowl games.
Oh, we're talking college. Or I thought you were talking about the NFL.
Oh, no. NFL, I only follow one team, and that's the 49ers. So.
Anyway, but let's put it this way, man.
Okay.
Baseball's winding down. The final month is almost upon us.
Right.
Little League World Series just finished up this past weekend with Chinese Taipei taking another title and taking out Nevada.
Yes.
The U.S. Open is in full gear, and next weekend is their final weekend, championship weekend for the U.S. Open. Male singles, female singles, and doubles, and mixed doubles.
I'm nodding my
At the same
head
time,
up and down.
WNBA is
pretending I
also
know what
winding
you're
down
talking
too, so it's going to be a busy weekend. What can I say? And
sure
like I said in the last hour, for local sports, middle school girls basketball just started yesterday. You've got some important high school football going on this weekend. And if I forgot any other sports, I apologize. But I do hear that there is a big softball game down at Guerrero Field tonight. So if you're in the mood for softball and it's not raining, come on out.
There you go. I am impressed with you, Mike, the sports guy. Thank you so much.
Hey, there's only so much I can try to do.
Yeah. No, you did a lot in such a short amount of time, more than I could ever, because I'm not following many of what you had just shared, and so I'm grateful for it. Anything else you got?
To be honest with you, happy Liberation Day to everyone. And
Labor Day, yeah.
I'll stay safe out there.
All right. Take care.
Same here.
Okay.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Adios. Happy Labor Day. Yeah, 3-day weekend, baby. Except if you're in the legislature.
Woo! No, just kidding.
If you're in the legislature, you don't have a 3-day weekend.
You shouldn't.
The governor.
Sorry, just kidding, guys. They deserve a day off too. But
No.
Thank you, Polly.
They work
no,
every day.
You should be.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
No, you work every day, Saturday and Sunday also. And so they're going to be at the legislature tomorrow because the governor sent a letter to the speaker. Where did it go? I just had it. The governor sent a letter to Speaker Frank Bloss Jr. and one of her authorities is to call for session. And so she did. Tomorrow.
Oh, snap.
So it's urgent, right? I mean,
it has to be.
It's
because
not.
It's not common.
It's not.
It's not a common thing that they have
It has
session on
to
the
be
weekend.
urgent. And so I
Well,
guess this is urgent enough.
There's a lot of budget things going on, so
Yeah.
man.
Which is, I'm actually wondering if this is, because there's two budgets she wants them to vote on. She's calling them to session tomorrow at 10 a.m., right? Let me, I swear I had this up. But I wanted to defer to Mike the sports guy. But, oh, here we go. Office of the Governor. No, I lost it. Did they retract it? There's no way they retracted it.
It's been redacted.
Right.
Redacted.
No, it's here. Okay. So, call to session for two bills. One is relative to the governor's emergency powers. She wants the legislature to approve a new law that will give her faster authority to respond to emergencies, power to suspend regulations, bypass procurement laws, reallocate funds, and have the legal ability to coordinate all emergency response activities, access federal aid quickly, and hire off-island medical professionals without Guam licenses during shortages. Also purchase supplies and services immediately. And so when I listen to the brief extension of remarks at the end of the budget talk, Senator Chris Barnes says, I'm hearing that we're going to be right back in here next week for emergency session. And then I was waiting for it. To be honest with you, on Monday, I thought we were going to see call to session maybe Sunday going into Monday. Nothing. And then when came into work on Monday, I was like, okay, I guess we're not talking about this because I didn't see it. Mr. Dr. Akimoto called in and he said, look out because this is breaking news. The legislature is going to be going into session. But then Tuesday came and went, and here we are on Friday with the letter now, with the call to session. And so not one, but two bills. The other one, she wants to exempt the utility infrastructure contract in Manilao from procurement laws. She's asking senators to pass these two bills. The second bill would allow GPA, GWA, and GITA to move forward on power, water, wastewater, and environmental assessment contracts tied to the new public hospital site in Manila. Is it because the AG doesn't want to sign these contracts?
Oh, snap. Because it has to go to him first, right? Is there anything against that? Only because...
Well, if they sign this one...
Okay. Well, then that would make it...
And then protect the $100 million in ARPA funds, because she's saying if they don't use these monies, they'll by December 31st, they'll have to give it back.
Yeah. And that's worse than... I don't know, man.
Who wants to give
back that big amount of money? Go ahead, sorry.
No. You're right.
Well, I was just going to say that it's kind of like, what were you doing then? I mean,
if Santa Claus brought you what for Christmas?
$1 million? I'm spending it right now. Thank you, Santa.
But if you don't spend it by next Christmas, are you supposed to give it back to Santa?
I don't want to.
Right.
But maybe he should, because I didn't do nothing with it. Santa, I put it in my savings account. Thank you very much.
If the legislature does not act to allow these efforts to move forward, we will lose these funds, and Manila will continue to be vulnerable to future emergencies.
Wow.
Is what she is saying.
Wow.
So, again, she's asking that they pass these two bills. Let her declare a general state of emergency to bypass standard procurement laws, to buy emergency supplies, hire services, and execute contracts quickly, reallocate general fund monies except for money that's appropriated to the legislature and the judiciary. Suspend some regulations that would slow down emergency response or lifeline system repairs. Recruit off-island healthcare workers without requiring local licenses during declared shortages. And coordinate all emergency response efforts, including federal agencies. She said in this letter, measures that are currently available are often deemed inadequate due to a lack of agency procurement capacity, lack of funding, or lack of dedicated resources. So here's my question. You haven't signed the budget bill. I mean, the governor hasn't. And you're asking the legislature that looks like they have the amount of numbers to override the veto, to override your veto if you veto the budget bill. You're asking them to go into emergency session on a Saturday to pass two bills that you need
to give her the power.
Is there a compromise in the making here? Is there some hey, legislature, I'll probably sign your budget bill if you pass these two bills by Labor Day, and we can all be happy on Sunday.
We can all enjoy our Labor Day.
Saturday, you guys get to work. You sign these two bills, and then Sunday we meet at Epau Beach Park, and we're all shaking everybody's hands.
She didn't tell them it's the Labor Day party. She said, it's my party for you guys. We're going to celebrate.
5 o'clock on the dot. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Toscano. The families of the two children who were shot and killed at Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis spoke out Thursday afternoon. Jesse Merkel lost his 8-year-old boy, Fletcher.
Please remember Fletcher for the person he was and not the act that ended his life. Give your kids an extra hug and kiss today. We love you, Fletcher. You'll always be with us.
Michael Moisky and Jackie Flavin lost 10-year-old Harper Moisky. Their statement read in part, "Our hearts are broken not only as parents, but also for Harper's sister, who adored her big sister and is grieving an unimaginable loss." Acting U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson said writings from the shooter show a person consumed by hate.
The shooter expressed hate towards black people. The shooter expressed hate towards Mexican people. The shooter expressed hate towards Christian people. The shooter expressed hate towards Jewish people. In short, the shooter appeared to hate all of us.
As of 1 hour ago, the so-called de minimis exemption is being lifted by the Trump administration. That means imported goods valued at $800 or less will now have to pay import taxes and fees. More from BBC News business correspondent Saranjana Tawari.
De minimis was a loophole that allowed billions of dollars of goods to enter the U.S. duty-free. It's been around for a very long time, since 1938, and was largely used in recent years as a means to foster small business growth on e-commerce marketplaces.
Critics of the move say the new tax will drive up consumer prices. Cindy McCain, director of the UN World Food Program, says after just visiting Gaza that mothers and children are starving. We have more on the crisis there from CBS News correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb.
Gaza's Ministry of Health has recorded 4 deaths, quote, due to famine and malnutrition over the past 24 hours, including 2 children, bringing the total number of hunger-related deaths in the devastated Palestinian territory to 317, including 121 children.
It's been 2 decades this week since Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans. Our Jim Krasula says it's something those who lived through will never forget.
Many of those who experienced Hurricane Katrina 20 years ago still marvel at its deadly destruction. Wendell Frazier is a lifelong resident of New Orleans.
It became so surreal. You just never thought. You just never, even to the day, 20 years later, it's just hard to fathom that we had that much water with that much devastation in this city. Nobody thought it was going to be like that.
Frazier's lower Ninth Ward neighborhood was underwater for weeks after levees broke after Katrina hit. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is the latest newspaper that will stop printing a newspaper and go all digital.
The paper's president says printing and delivering newspapers has not been the most effective way to distribute the news in a long time. University of Utah communications professor Jacob Nelson agrees.
People increasingly are turning to digital platforms for their news consumption. It makes a lot of sense to try to meet those audiences where they are.
He urges papers use the money they save by ending print to improve their online platforms,
so that their digital offerings are as appealing and as quick to load as they should be to get people to stick around.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Mark Teixeira, whose 14-year Major League Baseball career began with the Texas Rangers, says he's running for Congress in the 2026 midterm elections. Teixeira will run as a Republican in the Texas 21st District, which covers parts of the San Antonio and Austin suburbs and much of the Hill Country. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
As AI advances ever faster, are graduate degrees worth the time it takes to get them? I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Jad Tarifi, the founder of Google's first generative AI team, says by the time you get a PhD degree or become a medical doctor or a lawyer, AI will have learned everything you've learned and more. Now, he says, time would be better spent studying a more specialized topic intertwined with AI, like AI for biology, for example, or maybe not even get a degree at all. Tarifi says thriving in the future will come not from collecting credentials, but from cultivating unique perspectives, emotional awareness, and strong human bonds. He encourages young people to focus on two things: the art of connecting deeply with others and the inner work of connecting with themselves. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Keeping the flow through your day. Wave 105 FM.
Top of the day, everybody. Biba Betness, and welcome here to the Brightside with Paulie Suba. Of course, we got to thank some amazing people for bringing you the show. Big shout outs to their friends at Micropack. Don't forget to check them out. They're taking care of you and making sure that your back to school shopping is easy. If you get a desktop or a laptop, you can get a flash drive for free. Be sure to use that code 25 back to school. We also want to give a big thanks to our friends at GTA. We start with you. Thank you so much to our friends from Chili's. More life, great food, and great value happen here. Big shout outs to our friends at Sherwin-Williams Paint. Now, don't forget to check them out. It is that sunny, rainy, all kinds of weather, and you want to protect your paint. You want to protect the money that you invested into to make your home beautiful. That's great because our friends over there at Sherwin-Williams Paints have got the solution for you. If you haven't already checked them out, they have that silicone roofing. Seal your roof with Sherwin-Williams. Engineered for Guam's toughest weather, from blazing sun to pounding rain. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. We also want to thank our friends at Sentinel Security Solutions. You can check them out. They're Guam's premier provider of professional security services. They're delivering operational excellence in protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to give a shout out to our friends over there at Code School of Guam. Guahan, if you're looking for the opportunity to learn more about coding, we got the school for you. Be sure you check them out. You can learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at the Code School of Guam. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the Brightside. The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side here on Wave 105. Biba Betness. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, right? And so, again, Dan DeLeon Guerrero was in studio. It was just beautiful to just enjoy the conversation.
Yes.
Between Dave and Senor Danny DeLeon Guerrero, and then the music. And it sounded great on YouTube. It sounded great.
No problem.
Yeah.
No, it was a really awesome experience. I mean, I think, of course, we all had the opportunity to hear the music from Mr. Danny, but to have him live here and play, it's kind of really intimate. I'm like, wow. The first song that he played, the Basta Gugiman, that one's a heartbreaker for me.
The acoustics are pretty good in
They
here.
were so good. He was jamming. I was feeling it. I was like, oh my God, I think I'm gonna cry. It was very nice. So it was cool to have that.
Right.
Indeed.
Absolutely. And so we're very grateful to have those 2 hours. And then we should be getting Congressman Jim Moylan. I see there's this release that came out, basically some good news for GDOE. $10 million from FEMA. And so we'll get into that. I'm trying to understand the urgency of going into special session. The governor using her organic authority to call a special session. And so she's calling the legislature back into session tomorrow at 10 a.m. And so when I look at the letter to Speaker Frank Bloss Jr., the first one relates to GMH, right? And so there's the urgency there. So, I mean, we understand that there was an electrical fire last week too, right? And so certain measures are available during any emergencies, including emergency procurements, which enable individual agencies to procure supplies and services on a non-competitive basis. Such measures are often deemed inadequate, whether due to a lack of agency procurement capacity, lack of funding, or lack of dedicated resources. Recently, GMHA experienced an emergency due to an electrical issue, which caused significant damage to power infrastructure within the hospital. Consequently, several senators called on our administration to activate emergency measures to address the hospital's needs, measures that unfortunately are not available during ordinary emergencies. And so she's asking them to allow her to address the issues over at GMHA by declaring an emergency. And then she's also asking them to move forward the procurement process of the Mangilaw for the Mangilaw property, infrastructure projects for the Mangilaw property, because she's now very concerned that they might have to return those monies back to the federal government if they don't meet the deadline of December 2026. So, but we have the congressman on now, right? And so I kind of want to, we may or may not get back to that topic, because I saw this release, some really good news from the congressman talking about $10 million, $10.5 million in federal funds from FEMA. And the money is going to go towards repairing Simon Sanchez, I think, temporary facility, I think. Is this the congressman?
Off a day.
Off a day.
Hi there, Paulie. Yes.
Kicking
yes,
it with the congressman on a Friday.
Hooray. Viva Vincent.
Biba. Biba. So, yeah, tell me more about, I mean, this is the money we've been waiting for a while, right?
Well, there was actually additional funds there that we were told by our FEMA director back in June. So we moved quickly to get it, to get GDOE onto it, and working with them, we were able to secure a total of $9.2 million.
Yeah.
From GDOE for that facilities improvement, and also $1.27 million for Guam Homeland Security.
You better act fast, though, because Senator Sean Gumatautal is looking to abolish the civil defense.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that whatever we can rebuild there and get it going would help move them into their new facility or help them unite together. So that's the idea.
Got it.
When that comes about. But yeah, we're happy to announce that, and also just whatever we can get on the federal government, because FEMA, they're on the chopping block in a way, but we want to keep on and we get this money coming on through. Right. So now it's up to us to spend it and as quickly as possible. You're right, as quickly as possible on good resources in our building. So I'm happy to announce that.
Yeah, so 20 modular classrooms, right? Restrooms and supporting infrastructure. Correct me if I'm wrong, we need more than $7.2 million, though, for that, right?
Yeah. I'm sure there is, but for now, that's the start.
Okay.
But 20 modular classrooms and the restrooms, you're right. That will get them going, and also $2 million for FP Leon Guerrero Middle School for storm damage, too. So.
But they can, with this $7.2 million, it will pay, or is this money that will go towards 20 modular classrooms? Can we get 20 modular temporary classrooms with $7.2 million? I think that's
that's the estimate, because the structures are really pretty good. They showed us good examples of what can go up. Saipan, I believe, our NMI did it too, and it quickly went up because it's the type of material they use.
Okay.
So it's not as expensive as it would be if we're making something really super solid. So these are modular classrooms. So
I think they're still in them, right? Nice. They're still in those modular classrooms, right? In Saipan?
In Saipan, yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah, they're nice. So it's pretty good. Get them off.
Hey, I think you solved two problems, Congressman. I think you solved the issue with Simon Sanchez and housing.
Yeah.
We might want to look, if they're nice and we can use, and kids can be in there, maybe I want to live in a couple of those.
Yeah. Good for our kids, good for us. And I went up to speak to the Simon Sanchez junior ROTC students.
Yeah.
And of course, I had to go to JFK to go talk to Simon Sanchez students. So we really need this going for them. But that's also just want to give a push again for our academies. It started. We're announcing the academies, all our military branches, to include the Merchant Marines and the Coast Guards. We're looking for those folks that are interested. You don't even have to be in the ROTC program, but you want to become an officer in our branches of military. we're here to help you and put your packet together with you there and get interviewed and get a letter of recommendation for our office. That goes all the way, I believe, to the end of October.
So, I mean, you're leaving. So, I mean, how are they gonna? Are you gonna Zoom with them if you get more applicants?
That also, but I'll be coming back in about 3 weeks, so we'll make those arrangements to talk with them for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. We did. This will be my third time now, and we should be seeing some graduates coming on out next year from the with their 4-year degrees. So we can get them back home and show them with their officer's uniform. That'd be wonderful.
How many have you interviewed for this round so far? A few already,
no interviews yet. We're just making the announcements, and then they'll start submitting their package, and then we can start the interview process.
Okay, and so let us know when you start interviewing.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to.
How has it worked out last time, though? How do you say no? No, I won't. I know I won't write a letter of recommendation for you. Yeah, right.
That would be tough. That would be tough to do. And of course, we have so many slots, but that doesn't mean we can't nominate the others.
Right.
Because it's up to the academies on where they want to accept them. We also recommend that they just don't select one branch, but select multiples, because your first may not be acceptable, and the second or the third may.
Right.
So you keep all those doors open. And speaking of that, we had a successful an announcement and planning things we were doing. We were talking about bridging our federal agencies with our district.
That's right.
We had our first day of that today at the Micronesia Mall, the old JP Superstore, and it went really well.
Nice.
So we had Social Security was there, U.S. passport was there out of Hawaii. We had the CBOC, Guam Department of Labor was there also, Guam Veterans Affairs Office, Guam Vet Center, and CIS too. So we did have quite a few folks come on in. And we're looking forward to tomorrow to be even more, since tomorrow will be a Saturday.
Right.
So come on down between 11 and 3 o'clock at Micronesia Mall, the old JP Superstore, which is the same hallway as Ross.
Right.
And that's our landmark. So
you've got the Guam Veterans Affairs Office, Guam Vet Center, Community-Based Outpatient Clinic. That's the CBOC. VBA's there, Honolulu Passport Agency. And just clarification, right, you're not actually taking in the applications, right?
Right. We would need coordination with Reverend Tack.
Right.
So that didn't work out this time, but at least Hawaii Honolulu is having their office there to answer your questions, and also look at if you're already in the process, where they can help you fulfill it if it's already going through.
You're hard at work, too, in trying to advocate for more federal services here. I mean, you're talking about the Veteran Services office.
The regional office?
Yeah, regional office to come here from the Philippines. And now I heard you talking about having the U.S. Passport Office, like an official one here in Guam, too.
Yeah, so a lot of our calls come from in district come from our vets.
Right.
With their concerns on their filing and their disabilities, or just getting their DD 214.
Right.
So regional office will be very helpful for that. And then the other one was passport.
Yeah.
And usually it's an emergency situation for medical, whether they're going to see somebody in the mainland or and they have to go through Hawaii. They have to go through Japan.
Right.
Or that person is the one needing emergency treatment, and the closest being the Philippines, but no passport. So we that's a common thing. We expedite the process, but it still involves mailing of the passports, and that takes some time.
Yeah.
So it's important we all get our passports, even though we're not considering anything. But it could be for your daughter or your son that you got to take off. They have this the passport, and you don't, and you need to accompany them. So so many things to consider. So we did speak with Secretary of State Rubio, and he's very interested in assisting. He says, yes, we're looking into that. After all, we're having all these military come on over too, and Hawaii does service a lot of the military, the families as well, with their passports, renewals and stuff, and they can't they can't wait, just like we can't wait for emergency situations too. So we're fighting for a passport office to be on Guam as well.
Understood. Social Security Administration is going to be there. Good, because I think a number of people should just go there and hound them and say, what about SSI for us here in Guam?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Right. So when they leave, when they get on the plane and they go back to report back to their bosses, they're like, yo, Guam really needs this. They just...
Yeah. They're expecting answers too. And so... of course, they'll refer to the Congress, and that's also a push which we introduced with our other territories as well. So that fight continues. So when we get back on the 2nd, we got to figure out, pass our budget. We just got to pass our budget. No more continuing resolutions or no government shutdown for sure. So once that goes, then we can focus on these important things for Guam and our territories.
Because I would say, because the argument is, well, you don't pay into it, but also we live way out here in the wild, wild west too.
That's
and
right.
We're U.S. citizens. We are Americans here, and we have our own challenges that we're facing, and so that's the least you could do for us, sir and ma'am and president.
Yeah, there you go. Paulie sent me Trump, President Trump. And when Paulie sends you, please sit down and listen. That's right.
You also got Guam Department of Labor there, and so how are they assisting? Because they do such great work.
Yes. Folks are looking for jobs as well. The training programs are available. A lot of this, if they qualify, these are free programs. They line you up with internship programs. You get the education, and pretty much you're set up for a job after that. And if you qualify, everything's for free.
Yeah.
So that was great. I'm glad they gave us the support, too. So it was just bridging all these services, and we're really hoping for even a bigger crowd than today, since it's going to be a Saturday.
I mean, Guam Department of Labor, right now they have like a program that is for internship program specifically for those that are in high school, right? I think 10th and 11th grade. And then they also have another program that that employs our Manumku that are looking for jobs too, right? And so, I mean, they've got all kinds of programs within Guam Department of Labor that people don't necessarily know that is available to them.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Everything's there. You know, we should have a really good economy, and jobs are available and training's available.
Right.
So we're very pleased with Department of Labor coming on over and supporting us too, and the people of Guam.
So tomorrow, again, 11 to 3, wraparound services over at the former JP Superstore location. And this is presented by your office, Congressman James Moylan, Bridging D.C. and District. It's a community outreach event. And there's something else that I wanted to ask you, too, as it relates to this. How many people actually like walk into your door asking you for veterans, asking you for assistance, individuals asking you to assist them with applying for passports? Like you're seeing that regularly, right, in your district office in Hagåtña?
Yeah. So we're at the Joyce Tang building next to Shirley's and the Ganya on the 3rd floor. Elevator is there to. We get the calls in. And we're on the 3rd floor elevator. Right, got that. So we get the calls in for the veterans. A lot of them I put in for my request. I got denied 3 times. I need assistance. Or it's been really so long since they answered me back. We need assistance. I don't have my DT-214. I need assistance. So they call in. We make the appointment for them to come to our office. And then they sign a waiver to allow us, our office, to speak on their behalf, and then we follow up from there. Regarding the passports, we can't accept new applications. We don't help them with new.
Okay.
We help them expedite the process if there's an emergency, and also for folks that are visas. For folks that are coming on in, it's like, I've been waiting. And so we help expedite that process as well. So it's incredible what a letter from your congressmember can do to these agencies that helps push things up.
Okay, so you're just pushing things along. I understand it better. The reason why I ask with the veterans, right, because obviously you're, correct me if I'm wrong, you're not just taking the call and then sending them to GOVA or sending them somewhere else. You're actually sitting down with these veterans in your office, helping them fill out their the process to get them the benefits that they've earned.
Yes, exactly. We build their file with them. We get their documents. We help them get their documents that they're missing. We write to the agency that it should be addressing them, and then we do the follow-ups with them too, and we help explain the process. We had some great. There's one where a spouse hasn't received when the veteran, her spouse, had passed away. She didn't get that continuing benefits. And after years, brought her to tears because it came in as a lump sum. The documents just needed a few more things, and we assisted, and it got completed. And I think that made her and her family very happy, and especially, in remembrance of her spouse who passed. That's something that their family had deserved. So, and passports, we had. I even had to get on a plane one time to help an expectant mother because of the critical condition. So. That's what we can do at our office as well. And if we can get a passport office here, that would really help. So we're pushing for that.
Do you mind if I continue to just push people to go to your office so that way when you're overwhelmed, you can go back to Congress and say, look at what is happening. You need to set up these offices here in Guam. Look at the line of people waiting in the elevator.
4 a.m.
Yes.
Where's my visa?
Yes. Okay. I got your approval then. I will start doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, because you get it, right? You are working with the people here. You are doing the work for them. Not just you, but your entire staff is dedicated to assisting them with the needs as it relates to the federal government. And like you said, you're helping them push things through for them, whether it's applying for an academy for their son or their daughter, helping them with their veterans benefits, trying to figure out what is going on with their passport process, especially for it's urgent. Anytime somebody's trying to reach out to their congressman or their woman about where's the passport, it's probably because they need to get somewhere ASAP.
Yes. Exactly. Oh, and then speaking of moving things faster too, we do recognize the problem we're having with our U.S. Post Office Service.
That's right.
The delay in mail, and we did visit Tammy, our postmaster, who's doing a great job and is more than helpful to open her door to us. We had good conversation with her. She's expedited this concern up her levels, and so have we with the Postmaster General in D.C. and also the vets director of vets in our region too, because our vets and who is ever getting their medications via mail are seeing this delay, and that can't happen. So at least on the VA side, we're working with them. To work with Naval Hospital to get out emergency supplies, and the CBOC as well to provide emergency supplies, and then to correct the process where if it's less than 1 pound, it seems to go on ground mail, which is just unacceptable at all. There was a mix-up going on, so we're on that. I just came from the vets group down that meets at the governor's office explaining where we're at with that process too, so. These are the calls and the situations we hear about, and that we have the contacts in D.C. At least we got our D.C. office, too. While we're asleep, they're working and following up with these items, too. And then when they're asleep, we're working in district to give them our D.C. office more work to do.
Understood. And then I saw PAR sent me an amendment to the RICA Act, right? And so you're still working that out? You're still trying to make sure everything needs to be included in the literature of that?
We had a meeting with Bob Celestro earlier this morning.
Oh, perfect.
With our D.C. office. So he expressed that great concern.
Yes.
We are, of course, it's in a process right now, and a lot of things are are moving in one direction.
Okay.
We're hoping to get everything, but of course, if we get one layer of the cake and not the other, we can always add the second layer on. We just got to be recognized as soon as possible for our downwinders, especially, and then we want to make sure everybody else is eventually included. But what we can get now, we're going to shoot for it and get it.
Okay, because he was saying that he recommended to you to include renal care, renal diseases, and health reimbursements, but what it looks like is only $100,000 compensation.
So those it's about budgeting also at a certain point, but that doesn't mean we can't get this eventually too.
Okay.
We can throw it all on the table and see what remains. We can also go with what we know we got right now too. So we're working with that. We're happy that Mr. Celestro was very helpful with all his information. He's working hard on the Senate side too, and also with the House friends that he got. I told the guy, can you already just run for office, please?
He might run against you, though, Congressman.
Well, if he wants to travel this far, but get into Senate, too. We're going to have a lot of, I'm sure, vacancies, and we need good experience that he has to be an advocate for the people of Guam. PAR's group is really excellent and working really hard for those that are receiving all these diseases. It's a terrible situation that we had, but we know we're not creating any more of that to happen again, but we still got to take care, just like our veterans, just like our downwinders as well.
You should just hire him to be part of your office here.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
All right. Well, is there anything else, Congressman? If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you Sunday at the Labor Day picnic.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
Great. Looking forward to it.
All right. Take care.
Thanks
you. Thanks for calling in.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for the update.
You're welcome.
Okay.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
5:33 in the afternoon, Congressman Jim Moylan, right? Again, another release stating that Guam has been allocated $9.2 million for GDOE for urgent school facility improvements, and $1.2 million will support Guam Homeland Security, the Office of Civil Defense, in managing recovery operations. He says this is a big win for our students, families, and educators. When FEMA flagged this opportunity in June, we moved quickly to ensure GDOE could apply. I commend Superintendent Swanson and his team for their leadership in securing these critical resources. And so Simon Sanchez High School will receive $7.2 million for 20 modular classrooms, restrooms, and infrastructure, relieving double session schedules and providing safe, dedicated learning spaces during reconstruction. And that's the reason why I asked him the question. Is it towards, or will $7.2 million be enough to pay for the 20 modular classrooms, restrooms, and infrastructure? And he said yes. And then FBLG will benefit from $2 million to repair storm damage, replace equipment, and restore utilities, ensuring a safer, more resilient campus for students and staff. And we were just having a very extensive conversation with Mr. Wade Paul yesterday, the deputy superintendent, and then the superintendent, Eric Swanson himself, on just management and how they need these resources, because at the end of the day, it really comes down to, what are we doing this for? We are doing this for the students that are going into those doors, into these classrooms, right? And so that is the focus, and that is the priority. 5:36 in the afternoon. We'll take our last break. Reese is going to hook you up with the Real Deal Traffic Report right here on Wave 105.
All right, here we go. We're taking our last look at Real Deal Traffic. Let's find out what's going on out there in these streets, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot. Check them out. Of course, they're taking care of you. You can visit them online at guamautоспot.com and see what cars they have in their inventory, as well as schedule your test drive. Again, that's guamautоспot.com today. All right, so taking our last look at, Real Deal Traffic. The traffic is looking Let's go ahead and start here in the Talampago area. There is some traffic here at that Maimai intersection, but nothing too bad. Even in Otdo, right at the intersection where you have that market there, and then you have the tattoo shop there on the other side. It is busy for those trying to get out of Otto and possibly make their way into Talampago. There is just a little bit of traffic there at that intersection. Aflami is a little bit busy, but more so for those that are coming from Sinahanya trying to make their way up the hill. Let's see, for anyone who's headed northbound on Route 1, if you're in the East Hagåtña area, headed into, I'm sorry, I take that back. If you're in the no, I put that back. If you are in the East Hagåtña area, yes, and you're making your way towards Tamuning, you're on Route 1, headed northbound, you can definitely catch some traffic there at that same intersection. The line's pretty long. I mean, it starts a little bit past the intersection where you have the two gas stations and Airport Road. It goes all the way down there to the next intersection. So just expect those long lines if you're coming from East Hagåtña and making your way into Tamuning. There is traffic here at the JFK intersection. It's actually very congested for anybody north, south, east, west. I mean, if you're coming, rather, should I say, from the Tumon area and you're making your way up the hill to where the JFK intersection is, it's very congested as well as on both sides of that same intersection. And then long line of cars here for those who are traveling northbound still. But again, this is all to be expected. We are in our rush hour traffic. Everybody's headed home. Everybody's just trying to enjoy this 3-day weekend. They're trying to enjoy it fast, and I feel you, and I can't wait to join y'all. Continue to keep it locked here. Again, that's your Real Deal Traffic Report here on Wave 105.1 FM.
Back to savings. MicroPack is having a back-to-school sale. Grab a new laptop or desktop and get a free flash drive. Just mention the radio code 25 back to school, and it's all yours. But hurry, it's only while supplies last.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Get ready to fuel up and save for your next adventure. For a limited time, Bank of Guam customers can enjoy 5% off fuel when you use your Bank of Guam Visa debit card at Shell stations on Guam and the CNMI, keeping your engine running and your wallet happy this summer. No codes, no coupons. Just use your Bank of Guam Visa debit card and save 5% today. Don't wait. The offer ends October 15th, 2025. Visit bankofguam.com for promotion details. Bank of Guam, the people's bank. Member FDIC.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night.
All right, welcome back to Brightside here on Wave 105. Biba Betness, the OG himself, is in studio with us as well. Rand Kaufman, and to the phone lines we go. I believe Vince is on the line, right? Off a day, Vince.
Off a day. Off a day, Paulie.
Off a day.
Great show. I know everyone wants to start their weekend early.
Not the legislature, though.
Right. So
Right.
you know why I'm calling.
Yes, I do. You called it.
No, you called it. No, Chris Barnett.
Chris Barnett called it. I mean, it's still in the same week. He said next week, and Saturday is still next week.
Oh, it's not going to be done tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow,
Still-
Saturday.
Still
Saturday.
August. It's still in the week.
Yeah, still.
Sunday starts a new week.
Yeah.
But you know that, Vince.
Hi. Hey, I'm feeling an aura.
Yes. Good.
I'm feeling invigorated.
Are you getting?
I have hope now.
Are you getting an exuberant buzz? Right.
You got the OG in studio with you too.
Thank you. Yeah.
And that's the thing, is that we need hope.
We
need to be the hope we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
And gosh, I think that's been the missing magic is.
Vince, the difference between hope and faith? Hope and faith. Okay, the village goes out into the large field and they pray for rain. It's been such a drought, and they pray for rain. That's hope. The little boy standing with an umbrella open, that's faith.
Hell yeah! So I don't know who. You know what? I'm going to bring an umbrella.
Yes, bring an umbrella. That's what you do.
In fact, everybody. I want to call out to all the people of Guam who are sick and tired of this.
Well, what you have
never-ending
what you have to talk about, though,
crisis.
Vince. What you have to talk about is what it is that you want. You have to not talk about what it is you don't want, because every time you talk about something you don't want, creates it. Because it doesn't care. The source doesn't care whether or not you want it or not. It's just you're talking about it. So you want to talk about the beautiful young lady that had this beautiful child, and the husband was there.
Wait. Don't get me confused. I want to be I want a hospital that's accredited.
Yes, that's what you want to talk about.
I want a hospital that doesn't leak the next time.
No. You see, don't say leak. Don't say leak. What you want to say is, I have a hospital that is airtight, and it's a bunker, and I love working there because of the people.
It protects us.
But that's what you have to say. That creates it.
I'm listening. I'm trainable.
That creates
it. I don't think I'm the only one who needs to learn this lesson.
No, absolutely. That's why I've been doing the show for like 26 years this December. I'm working on getting everybody to understand it.
Well, no, but hey, can we work on it? Can you do a live show from the legislature tomorrow? Because I think we need to manifest. Sounds like this is manifestation.
Yeah, manifestation. That's what you do. Yeah, no, absolutely. And what you do your Jose Silva mind control, and right before you go to sleep, you visualize exactly what you want to happen. And then 3 o'clock in the morning, you do the same thing, and you see all the characters. You see Chris, you see the governor, you see everybody, all the characters, and they're saying very clearly, yes, there is money, and we're getting it over there. And as a matter of fact, we got it there yesterday.
Well, I don't think they need money, Mr. Coffin. I think they need to be all trying to accomplish the same thing, which is safety, cleanliness in the hospital.
Yes.
As a stated and realizable goal.
Yes. It's already happening.
On payroll.
Yeah.
So but their focus has been always making payroll, and then they don't mind if you run out of medicine or if the roof leaks or the electrical panel blows up.
Yeah, but see, you're creating all those things again. What you have to say is that the hospital has good electric power now. The hospital has all the medicines that it needs. The hospital has an unbelievable administration that is compassionate to not only patients but people.
Okay, I get it.
You see what I mean?
So the hospital has clean bathrooms.
Yes,
yes. The hospital has fire alarm systems and sprinkler systems that go off.
Hallelujah. And now they have it.
When the multiple fires.
No, don't say the word fire. Yeah, you don't want the word fire. You want to say preventiveness of any extreme act of love. Of love is unavoidable. No, don't say. You don't say those words. You're creating that. You create it when you say it. That's really metaphysically. That's how it works. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, it is. So, I mean, how do you say the negative of no gas lines exploding?
You don't say negative. There's nothing negative. Whatever you say is what you're creating. So you say
fully functional.
The gas in the line.
Yes,
fully functional.
Everything's fully functional. Yes.
You can't say dying. Can you say dying?
No. Well, I mean, unless you want to be dying. Nothing wrong with dying.
No, I don't want to be dying.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with dying. I mean, that's what the hospital. That's what happens at the hospital. Look at the pictures.
Actually, if we want healthy individuals, nobody's at the hospital. No one's in there. Just the employees.
Yeah, and they're healthy.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of employees. Yeah, 1,500 on payroll. So I get what you're saying, and I'm really happy you're there. And that's the thing. We've never done this way, where we manifest or we
let's
speak
try
it into existence.
Let's try it just for fun.
It's always been negative, and it hasn't worked.
We're continually creating that negativity by just talking about it. That's the crazy thing about this little solid sheet of light and energy that's just shooting through the universe, and we're it. And so whatever you're creating, whatever you're putting out there, that's what it creates. That's what comes up next. Because like how neutrinos make atoms, as the grandmother being well, because the neutrino, the subatomic particle, is sometimes a wavelength and sometimes it's a particle. So you direct that where you want it to be, and then it creates the particle of a well grandma.
That's groovy. So, okay, have you read the letter that the governor wrote, though? Because it's not quite as groovy as what you just said.
Well,
I got it right here.
Okay, here it is. Paulie, is it something we can
in fact,
translate?
Let's dissect that sucker, because it's like 15 paragraphs compressed. I think they use like 8 font. What do you think, Paulie?
So you can summarize it for us. I'll give you that opportunity.
No, that's why I'm calling the show.
Yeah,
and
okay.
having Mr. Kaufman there is really genius, because, he also does, as Moods out,
Yes.
I'm pretty sure very often he's having to deal with literacy.
Well, our literacy, we just graduated 2 inmates today from RSAT, and it was a welcome home party. These 10 young folks had been to Mars. They were sent to Mars. That's what DOC is.
The war planet, Mars.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now they got a welcome home. Today they got a welcome home by the lieutenant governor. They got a welcome home by the Department of Labor, deputy director. Guam Behavioral was there. The people from all the different agencies and nonprofits that are there teaching them anger management.
Just for these 2 guys?
No, there's 10 people, but 2 of them got high school diplomas. What we do, they come in and we get their transcripts, and we see only they need 9.5 credits. So we give them the core subjects they need, and then they go through so much training there. What is debriefing? It's called debriefing. When you land on the planet, you come back to Earth, and that debriefing gave them the ability to have a welcome home party. And they did. They sang. It was beautiful. It was beautifully done with the priests and the ministers and the people who are reuniting them back, their families, and how they're coming back home now. And what we do Tonight with them. So they get a certificate where they're trainers in peer counseling, peer support. They're coming back into the community completely different people than when they entered the rocket ship that took them.
This is the rehabilitation correctional
right.
of
Bob Dames and Linda Holmes.
Correction.
Yeah,
Very
absolutely.
good.
Through behavioral wellness. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful ceremony. They were navigators. Rob Limtioco gave them the name Navigators. So they were the navigators, and they had a proa that they had made, this beautiful proa, all signed.
Do you think we can get Chris Barnett to be like that?
He is. He is like that. But Chris Barnett,
debate, because I think him and the governor, they've been kind of antagonistic in the past.
No, it's like Ben Pangilinan and Eddie Calvo, and Eddie Calvo's going, Ben, how come you're doing this to me? And Ben goes, well, if I was governor, you'd be doing this to me, right? And they wink at each other. Well, would you please breathe the Nino to my grandson? See, family. What this is all entertainment.
Children.
Yeah.
The mafia used to do stuff like that.
No, see, you are talking mafia again, Vince, man.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, mafia means family. Ma familia.
In a
this
good,
is like the yin and the yang.
A good connotation. Yeah,
I'm right in the middle of a yin and the yang.
No, but we're gonna get back to you, Paulie. But Mr. Kaufman is very interesting.
Hey, no, Paulie already had his hour, Vince. He already had his hour.
Another 15 minutes or 10 minutes.
Yeah, there you go.
Can I just say real quickly that if we could take your worldview, your global, your universal view, and apply it to the letter that the governor wrote, I guess putting the Guam legislature on notice that she's calling emergency session. Mm-hmm. So which one of these words is negative? Because, they're meeting apparently for a good thing. They're trying to rectify the issues,
right?
And they're giving up their Friday or their Saturday. Weekend. So the people of Guam should be impressed. And they're going to, I guess, try to work together to not solve problems, but manifest goodness.
Address immediate needs.
Right. And among the immediate needs is the electrical panel that blew up and almost killed all those people, but that's negative. So how do we do this, Mr. Kaufman?
Okay, what you do right before you go to sleep, in your mind, you make a visualization, and the visualization is that you see the senators, you see them greet the governor.
Hold on. I want to just interrupt real quick, because they didn't invite me.
No, you don't have to be there. No, this is visualization. You know what all these people look like, Vince. It's just in your mind.
Imagine that we're speaking to Chris Barnett.
It's just in your mind. Yeah, exactly.
What they do what are they going to do? Because if they
whatever you want them to do in your visualization, you create it.
I'm going to manipulate them with my mind.
Yes, it's called the Jose Silva mind control.
And we're all going to do it. So
whether we did it with Trump and Putin, the Mariana Islands did it with Trump and Putin when they met. We projected that, and you project.
I'm sorry, I missed that one. But
okay, it's just what
you
you project what it is that you want to happen. So in your visualization, right before you go to sleep, you're laying there, and in your mind, with your eyes closed, you visualize what it is that you want to happen. You visualize the open arms for the governor coming to the legislature, that they're happy.
I don't even think she'll be there though.
Well, whomever.
Yeah.
But
what?
whomever.
She's
no, the governor.
The governor. She's going to goof off.
Anyway. So you visualize what it is that you want to happen.
She's going to show up, Polly.
Okay, good. And then you visualize that, and you visualize all the senators and how we're doing the Nafa Malik now. How are we going to work together? How are we going to get this monster love thing?
They're going to buy a new electrical panel, and they're going to actually listen to GPA, who
yes.
Mr. Beneventi said.
Yes, that's
three different times what to
that's
do.
what you visualize. That's what you visualize exactly what it is, and they all
what Mr.
agree.
Beneventi
They
told
all
them to
agree
do,
to do exactly
so people
what it
don't
is. Right.
Burst into flames.
Right. They exactly do everything that you visualize that you want them to do in that meeting.
I do it. Me and the rest of Guam, because again,
I will join you.
Okay, then 3 o'clock in the morning. Set your alarm for 3 o'clock in the morning, because all these guys are asleep. See, all these people are asleep. All these senators are asleep. Vince, all these people are asleep. So 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock.
The fire alarm went off.
No, 3 o'clock in the morning. You do the same visualization, and it's going to go inside all these people's heads. And so that creates their willingness to do what it is that you've projected to them in this metaphysical realm. It's called the Jose Silva mind control, and you create this visualization, and then you watch it roll out in front of you. And don't be afraid. You can go there. You can be in the balcony. You can
go to the legislature.
Yeah,
sure. I am working. I didn't get the memo from the governor, so I'm not canceling clinic tomorrow.
Well, there you go.
The legislature on the Saturday,
nor should you.
But everybody else in Guam can, and we will manifest today.
Right.
Taking your
right before you go to sleep.
I
set my alarm.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, and then 3 o'clock in the morning, you do it again, and what it is that you want to happen.
Actually, can we start today? Can we start on your show today? If we could hijack your show as well and say this is important.
Absolutely. How far away do you live from here, anyway?
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm really happy you're there, and we've never done it like this. This positivity,
yes,
it's trying to be collectively willing this into existence.
Hallelujah!
Instead of moaning about the fact that it hasn't been done.
Never mind. Yeah, don't get into any of the stuff you don't want to happen, or anything that you think.
We're going to focus on the things we want to have happen.
Yes, absolutely, and that's what your visualization's all about, and then that will create.
I want the governor and Chris Barnett to quit fighting with each other.
Oh, no, she said it in this letter. As the head of the executive branch of our government, I am prepared to take the reins in this event of such emergencies to ensure the highest levels of accountability.
Hallelujah. There you go. And then
that means she's showing up. It sounds to me, I'm going to visualize that she actually shows up on Saturday.
Yeah. Good for you. Good for you. And,
thank you.
Yes. Hey, Vince, I love you, bro. You are such a star. Thank you.
You are a star.
Well,
we're neutrinos.
We're listening to each other. So you know about neutrinos.
Heartbeat of stars.
There you go. And
we are pulsars.
Yes. Well, the quasar is the big one, because the quasar,
you're a quasar. I'm a pulsar.
Well, the quasar, the interesting thing is that it's the brightest thing in the universe, but it's a black hole. You know why?
Tell me.
It's breathing.
I'm going to watch your show tonight.
Okay.
Anything else, Vince?
A four-year-old told me that, Vince. My pre-kindergarten gate kids, I asked him about that, how it could be.
I'm just here eating my fake popcorn.
This 4-year-old told me, we asked him about the quasar and how could it be. We were watching all the, all unbelievable DVDs and CDs, of all this outer space stuff, the James Webb.
Yourself, Brand.
No, James Webb. I'm talking about James Webb, Cosmos. You watch Cosmos. But when you get to the quasars, how come it has the brightest thing in the universe with the brightest light, but it's a black hole? And I asked my class, and this little 4-year-old girl raises her hand, "Oh, Mr. Kaufman, it's breathing." I go, call
the little angels.
Yeah, they know.
She's like an actual Labubu. She's a manifesting.
Yeah. Hey, now you're dating yourself, Vince. Now you're dating yourself.
Well, that's like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 2 weeks older and 50 years wiser.
You're talking about Cabbage Patch, but yeah.
Well, no, I'm talking about strawberry shortcake. Come on, get it right.
Yeah, that's right. All right, I better go.
Okay.
Hey, Paulie.
Yes, sir.
You're out of time.
I am out of time. But, I mean, you can call back in 7 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm actually still in clinic, but when I heard that the governor was having a letter being read by Rand Kaufman, I thought, I got to call Paulie.
Yeah, thank you,
the
go.
best show
Okay.
ever, Paulie.
Better ever.
All right.
The best show ever.
Okay, take care.
It's better ever forever.
Okay.
Bye.
Take care. Have a great weekend.
Love you,
Happy
Vince.
Labor Day. Guaiza. 5:57. We do have enough time to just highlight the mom of 4 graduates.
Yes, Miss
from
Barcinas.
Asmuzao.
Yes.
Right?
Well, no, absolutely.
Biba, Ashley Barcinas.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes, she a mother of 3 children, and of course the daughter of a mother whose bucket list was met in receiving that diploma. A family that gave their heartbeat and their guaiza, to the moment. And, it was beautifully done. The lieutenant governor, first we were going to go into his chambers because we had the number of adults. When we asked how many are coming, and we got the number of adults. Then the kids showed up, and there's a lot of kids. So we went down to the conference room. It was available. And it was one, of course, every graduation we do, we ask, we present the diploma. I read it out. I give it to the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor asks the graduate if they have anything they'd like to say and address the family. And I'll tell you, this young lady, it was a immaculate presentation coming from her heart. Oh yeah, no, it was one of the best. We just get overcome often, by what the communication they have. Yeah,
I love it. Programs like Asmuzao give people the opportunity to finish school without forcing them to choose between family, work, and education. Ashley's story is a reminder that with the right support, opportunities, and programs, everyone can reach their goal.
Yeah,
Governor Lulian Guerrero.
Absolutely. Hallelujah. Yeah, no, it's just so beautiful. And then today we were up at RSAT, up at Department of Corrections, Director Fred Bordazzu, the whole group. I mean, but it's a welcome home party. Like, you imagine they're coming back from Mars because they've been in this spaceship, DOC spaceship,
But they have to get back in.
Yeah, well, they're today.
spaceship,
They walk out the gate today, and this is their graduation.
Okay.
Yeah, no, and 2 of them got their diplomas. We get their credit from the school, whatever school they went to. We get their transcripts, and then we see what they need. And some of them very, very close to graduating. So we got 6 months to give them the hard work, and there's nothing else to do. After dinner.
So this was on the day of them coming out.
Today, that's what I'm saying. Well, the welcome home party, Lieutenant Governor presented. They all got their certificates of presentation. The Capes, Copes, and the Tonaichi. They're all masters of peer support, peer counseling.
What a blessing!
Yeah, and they get extra Tonaichi pamphlets that they can now immediately share with their family, so everybody can do the Tonaichi and get into higher consciousness, so they understand who they are now as opposed to who they were when they went in. It's very powerful. Yeah. No,
Time for me to get out of here. Edge of Heaven is coming up, and special guest
yes.
Vince is going to be on soon. On the Edge of Heaven.
That's good. Yeah, no,
let's do it.
Well, I know he got patience, right? But
it's all the way until 8 p.m. So we'll be expecting him to call in.
Okay.
In the next 2 hours, right?
But you see what I mean?
And
I think he understands.
I set my alarm
right?
too.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it too.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
Hallelujah.
So don't go anywhere. Edge of Heaven starting in just a few, and then of course, happy Labor Day to everybody. We will be back on the radio. I'll be filling in for for Patty, rolling with Dice from 6 to 10 on Tuesday. Tuesday, you got Cop Talk, and you also have Guam Community College Community Talks, and then you've got a number of national programming, and Melissa Savares, former mayor of Dededo, will be filling in the afternoon from 2 to 6. Doing the Brightside on Tuesday. All right, everybody, be kind to each other.
Yes.
Superman says that's the new punk rock.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Good for.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great movie.
Guaidza. Adios.
KGUM FM. Daddy No. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Toscano. Investigators are looking for the motives in the Minneapolis school shooting that left 2 children dead, and public figures are debating the issue of gun violence. But for 10-year-old Astoria Safe, it really just comes down to coping with the terrifying moments she lived through.
It was the most traumatizing thing that's ever happened to me. I don't know. It's going to be really hard to recover from that.
CBS's Lana Zak reports investigators say the shooter's writings and videos show an obsession with mass shooters and anti-Semitic and racist language.
They're trying to ascertain what exactly happened with this person because there was no criminal record. This person had maybe a speeding ticket. That's the extent of their criminal background as far as how well they were known to authorities. But in their writings, clearly deeply troubled.
ICE is moving the detainees out of Florida's Alligator Alcatraz Immigration Detention Facility, which was hastily constructed in the environmentally sensitive wetlands of the Everglades. CBS's Camila Montoya Galvez reports a judge ordered it shut down.
A judge in Florida who found that the facility was endangering the local environment and the local wildlife, and that it was circumventing federal laws that actually require officials to undertake environmental reviews before any major construction project like this one.
The UN Security Council scheduled an emergency meeting for this afternoon over Russia's renewed and deadly attacks against Ukraine, killing civilians and even damaging EU diplomatic offices in Kyiv. More on the fallout from CBS News correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb.
In a statement, the Kremlin denied attacking civilian infrastructure, while the U.S. Special Envoy on Ukraine said the continued violence undermined President Trump's peace efforts which look increasingly in doubt as the war grinds on.
WWL's Chris Miller looks back at the rebuilding of New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina struck 20 years ago today.
When Hurricane Katrina hit, New Orleans had a levee system built in response to 1965's Hurricane Betsy, parts of which were still under construction.
When you look at the pre-Katrina system, it was authorized in 1975. We were still working on it in 2005.
Ricky Boyette with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says after Katrina, Congress funded the project up front, and the Corps was able to complete the system much faster.
We started design in 2007. We were able to defend against the 100-year level of storm by 2011.
Chris Miller for CBS News, New Orleans.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. IRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-0593. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-497-0593. That's 800-497-0593.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A place described as an ancient party town has been discovered.
Egyptian officials say archaeologists have lifted the remnants of an ancient sunken city out of the sea off Alexandria. The excavation uncovered statues of human figures, a sphinx, an ancient dock, Roman coin